Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Deku was sent to Jurassic Island after betrayal and married all dinosaur queens and Ibara Shiozaki? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Fall and the Exile. The rain was a cold, merciless curtain, washing the neon glow of the city into blurry streaks of color against the slick, black asphalt of the alley. It tasted of pollution and despair on his tongue. Every drop that struck Izuku Midoriya's battered body felt like a tiny, stinging needle, a physical manifestation of the thousand betrayals that had flayed him raw. His UA uniform, once a symbol of hope and a future he had bled for, was now a collection of torn, muddy rags clinging to his frame. One arm hung at a useless angle, the bone audibly snapped during his desperate, panicked flight. Blood, warm and slick, trickled from a gash on his forehead, mingling with the rain to paint his face in thin, pink rivulets. He was cornered. The mouth of the alley was blocked by the imposing, rock-like form of Smentos, his expression a grim mask of duty. To his left, the air shimmered with the heat radiating from Endeavor, the number one hero's flames casting dancing demonic shadows that writhed on the graffiti-scarred brick walls. To his right, the glint of capture tape came from the dispensers on Eraserhead's wrists, his teacher's ga. Cold and utterly devoid of the weary warmth it once held. They weren't looking at him like a student. They weren't even looking at him like a villain. They were looking at him like something broken that needed to be put down. "It's over, Midoriya." Aizawa's voice was a low, gravelly rasp, devoid of any emotion. "Don't make this any harder than it has to be." Izuku's breath came in ragged, painful gasps. His lungs burned, not just from the exertion of the chase, but from the sheer, suffocating weight of his own anguish. "It wasn't me," he choked out, the words tasting like ash and blood. "Sensei, you have to believe me. I would never do that." Endeavor scoffed, a gout of flame erupting from his shoulder. "The evidence is absolute, boy. We have the logs. The encrypted comms channel. We have the video." Ah, the video. That digital ghost that had become his executioner. A hero in the HPSC command center had held up a tablet for him to see just hours ago, and the image was seared into his memory. It was his face, unmistakably his, freckles and all. His voice, perfectly mimicked, was calm and collected as it detailed the exact route, vulnerabilities, and hero roster of a convoy transporting high-value PLF prisoners. The video then showed his face twisting into a cruel, unfamiliar smirk as he said, "They won't know what hit them." For the true cause. For Shigaraki. The convoy had been ambushed. 13 heroes were dead, including the veteran Shield Maiden, Crust. Dozens more were critically injured. And the world had seen Izuku Midoriya, the symbol of the new generation, brandishing a triumphant smile over their metaphorical corpses. "It's a fake," Izuku screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. He tried to push himself up, to stand and face them. But his broken arm protested with a blinding flash of white-hot agony, and he collapsed back against the dumpster he was slumped against. The stench of rotting garbage filled his nostrils. How fitting. Toga. It has to be Toga. She has my blood. She can look like me, sound like me. Dr. Garaki. Deep fake technology. You know they have these things. "We investigated that possibility," Aizawa stated, his tone flat, final. Himiko Toga was confirmed to be in a holding cell in Kyushu at the time of the leak. "We have multiple witnesses. Her alibi is ironclad." The words hit him like a physical blow, knocking the wind from his lungs. An alibi. They had an alibi for her. Of course, they did. All for One was a master of 1,000 games, and this was just another one of his intricate, cruel stratagems. He had moved his pieces into place long before the game had even begun. He had isolated the queen and left the king completely exposed. Izuku's mind fractured, spiraling back through the last 48 hours. A horrifying kaleidoscope of disbelief and agony. It wasn't a trial. It was a foregone conclusion, a tribunal of condemnation. The faces of his friends flashed behind his eyes, one another twist of the knife in his soul. He remembered being in a stark, white interrogation room, the air humming with the buzz of fluorescent lights. Katsuki Bakugo had been brought in, his face a thunderous mask of pure, unadulterated fury. He hadn't yelled, not at first. That was the most terrifying part. He had simply stood there, his crimson eyes boring into Izuku's, filled with a look of such profound disgust that Izuku felt his spirit shrivel. All this time, Bakugo had hissed, his voice low and trembling with rage, "I thought you were just a useless, annoying pebble in my path. But I never thought you were a liar. I never thought you were a traitor." He slammed his fist on the metal table between them, the sound cracking through the room like a gunshot. All that crap about saving people with a smile. All that crying and mumbling about being the greatest hero. Was it all a lie? Huh, were you laughing at us the whole damn time, you worthless piece of garbage? Kacchan. No, Izuku had pleaded, tears streaming down his face. It wasn't me. You know me. I thought I did. Bakugo roared, his control finally snapping. Explosions, small and sharp, popped in his palms. Turns out you're just another villain. Worse, even. You pretended to be one of us. You wore that uniform. You stood next to us, and you stabbed us all in the back. Did you enjoy watching Crust die, Deku? Did it make you feel powerful? Every word was a perfectly aimed explosion, not at his body, but at the very foundation of his being, at the little boy who had chased after Kacchan, who had admired his strength even in the face of his cruelty. The guards had to drag a screaming, struggling Bakugo from the room, leaving Izuku trembling and hollow. Then came Ochako Uraraka. Her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed and swollen. She didn't look angry. She looked broken. She clutched her hands together so tightly her knuckles were white, as if holding herself together by sheer force of will. "Deku, please," she whispered, her voice a fragile, trembling thing. Just tell us why. Maybe they forced you. Maybe they threatened your mom. There has to be a reason. The Deku I know wouldn't do this. He wouldn't." Quote, she was offering him an out. A lifeline. A way to make it make sense. But he couldn't take it. He couldn't confess to a crime he didn't commit, not even to ease her pain. "There is no reason, Uraraka, because I didn't do it," he said, his own voice sounding distant to his ears. "I swear to you, on my quirk, on my dream, on everything I am." He watched He last vestiges of hope drain from her eyes. The tears that had been welling finally spilled over, tracing paths through the dust on her cheeks. She didn't sob or scream. She just looked at him with a profound, earth-shattering disappointment. It was the look of someone watching their entire world turn to smoke and ash. I believed in you," she whispered, and the words were worse than any accusation. It was an epitaph for their friendship. She turned and walked away, her shoulders slumped in defeat, leaving him alone in the suffocating silence. But the final, fatal blow had come from the man who was more than a hero. More than a mentor, he was the source of the dream itself. All Might. They had put him in a different room for that. A room with reinforced walls and no windows. Toshin. Oriyagi entered not in his muscular form, but as a gaunt, skeletal man, looking smaller and more fragile than Izuku had ever seen him. He didn't speak for a long time. He just sat opposite Izuku, his sunken blue eyes holding a storm of emotions Izuku couldn't begin to decipher. The silence stretched on, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the man's wheezing breaths. Finally, he spoke, his voice a dry, papery rustle. "The vestiges, they are silent." Izuku's head snapped up. "What?" "The previous users of One for All Might clarified, his gaze fixed on the table. "Ever since the evidence came to light, I can't hear them. It's as if the quirk itself is rejecting you. Or perhaps, it's rejecting me, for having chosen you." Izuku's heart stopped. The vestiges were his proof, his connection to the legacy he was meant to uphold. If they were silent, then, what did that mean? Had All for One found a way to sever that, too? Or was this doubt, this poison, so strong that it was infecting the very core of his power? "All Might, please," Izuku begged, leaning forward, the chains on his wrists rattling. "You have to believe me. After everything we've been through. You know what this means to me. You know my heart." Toshinori finally looked up, and the look in his eyes shattered what little was left of Izuku's world. It wasn't anger. It wasn't hatred. It was the gut-wrenching, Hollowed-out agony of a father who had discovered his beloved son was a monster. It was doubt, pure, undiluted, soul-destroying doubt. "Why, my boy?" he asked, his voice cracking. It was the only question he asked. The only one that mattered. "After everything I gave you, why?" He didn't wait for an answer. He couldn't. The question was the answer. The fact that he had to ask it meant he already believed Izuku was guilty. He stood up on shaky legs, looking like an old man who had aged a century in a single day, and walked out of the room. He didn't look back. The symbolic father of his dream had just disowned him. The door clicked shut, and in that echoing sound, Izuku Midoriya's spirit finally broke. A sharp kick to his ribs brought him crashing back to the present, back to the cold rain and the stinking alley. One of the HPSC troopers, clad in black tactical gear, stood over him. "On your feet, traitor," the trooper growled. Izuku gritted his teeth against the pain. The rage that had been simmering beneath the grief now beginning to boil. He used his good arm to push himself up, his legs shaking. He was done pleading. He was done crying. If they wouldn't listen to his words, they would be forced to feel his conviction. Green lightning, wild and untamed, began to arc across his body. It wasn't the controlled, focused energy of full cowling. This was a raw, chaotic storm, fueled by a broken heart and a spirit pushed beyond its limits. The air crackled. The ground beneath him trembled. "I told you," he snarled, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl, "it wasn't me." Eraserhead's hair flew up, his eyes glowing a malevolent red. "Midoriya, stand down. That's your final warning." But Izuku was already moving. He launched himself not at Aizawa, not at Endeavor, but at the wall to his left, shattering brick and mortar with a 20% smash. He used the momentum to ricochet across the alley, a green blur of motion. He wasn't trying to fight them. He was trying to escape. To find a place where he could think, where he could find the real culprit and clear his name. Hope, that stubborn, foolish thing, still flickered faintly in his chest. It was extinguished in an instant. Before he could even clear the alley, a strand of capture weapon shot out, wrapping around his ankle with impossible speed. He was yanked from the air, slamming hard onto the wet ground. Before he could recover, Sminta stomped his foot, and thick walls of concrete erupted around him, boxing him in. Endeavor was on him in a flash, a hand burning with searing heat pressing down on his back, pinning him to the asphalt. "It's over," Endeavor's voice boomed above him. The fight went out of him. The green lightning sputtered and died. There was nowhere to run. No one to turn to. He was alone. Utterly, completely alone. He was restrained with quirk-suppressing cuffs, thick, heavy steel that sent a cold, deadening sensation through his entire body. One for all vanished, leaving behind a profound emptiness, a void where the warm, humming power of 8 souls had once resided. He was just a quirkless, broken boy again. The president of the Hero Public Safety Commission arrived personally. A woman with sharp features and a colder-than-ice gaze, she looked down at the kneeling, rain-soaked Izuku with an expression of detached finality. "Izuku Midoriya," she declared, her voice ringing with authority that tolerated no argument. "By the emergency powers granted to this commission, you have been found guilty of treason, conspiracy, and the murder of 13 pro-heroes. A trial in the traditional sense is a luxury we cannot afford in these times, not for a crime this blatant and damaging to public morale." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. "Tartarus is too good for you. It is a monument to villains, a place that acknowledges their power. You deserve to be forgotten. An anomaly erased from the history books." She nodded to the guards. "You were sentenced to permanent exile. You will be taken to the one place on this planet from which no one has ever returned. The place our government has declared a permanent dead zone for over a century. You are being sent to Isla Soria." A collective gasp went through the assembled heroes. Even Endeavor's flames seemed to flicker for a moment. Isla Soria. It was a name spoken only in hushed whispers. A boogeyman story used to frighten rookie heroes. A large island in the South Pacific, isolated by extreme, unpredictable weather patterns and magnetic anomalies that made any form of modern technology useless. Decades ago, during the dawn of quirks, an experiment had gone catastrophically wrong. The island's unique ecosystem had interacted with a powerful, bio-altering quirk, causing evolution to run rampant. accelerating it by millions of years in a matter of days. The reports, now heavily classified, spoke of monstrous flora and fauna, of creatures from a bygone era reborn with the terrifying addition of quirks. The island wasn't a prison. It was a tomb, a prehistoric hellscape from which there was no escape. Let this be a lesson to any who would think to betray us, the president said, her voice carrying over the sound of the rain. We will not just defeat you. We will unperson you. You will be erased. Izuku didn't react. He just stared at the puddle forming around his knees, watching his own reflection distort and ripple. A face he no longer recognized. A traitor. A monster. The boy who wanted to be a hero was dead. They had killed him. The transport was a nightmare of sensory deprivation and brutal efficiency. They didn't use a standard plane. He was strapped into a medical gurney inside a windowless, soundproofed VTOL, the kind used for covert special operations. The quirk-suppressing restraints stayed on, their cold bite a constant reminder of his powerlessness. His broken arm had been crudely set and locked into a brace, the throbbing pain a steady rhythm marking the passage of time. He had no idea how long he was in the air. Hours bled into what felt like days. He was fed nutrient paste and given water, the actions performed by masked, silent guards who moved with chilling professionalism. They never spoke to him. They never looked him in the eye. He was no longer a person to them. He was just cargo. In the crushing silence and darkness, his mind was his own private torture chamber. The faces of his friends, his teachers, his mother, her face. Oh, God, his mother. What had they told her? Did she believe it, too? The thought was a fresh wave of agony, so potent it made him physically sick. He imagined her, alone in their small apartment, seeing his face on the news, branded a traitor. He choked back a sob, the sound swallowed by the low hum of the aircraft. The tears he thought he'd run out of came anew, silent and hot against his cold skin. But as the journey wore on, something began to shift within him. The grief, the despair, the sorrow, they were still there, a great, gaping wound in his chest. But around the edges of that wound, something new and hard was beginning to form. Like scar tissue, it was cold, sharp, and razor-edged. It was rage, a pure, undiluted rage. Rage at all for one for orchestrating this. Rage at Toga for wearing his face. Rage at the HPSC for their blind, arrogant certainty. Rage at his friends for their fragile faith. Rage at Bakugo for his predictable hatred. Rage at Uraraka for her heartbreaking disappointment. And a special, exquisitely painful rage, reserved for All Might. Foe. The one man who should have known better. The one man who had looked into his soul and seen a hero, only to turn his back on him at the first sign of trouble. The doubt in his idol's eyes was the Cr.U. Sibyl in which Izuku's innocence was burned away, leaving behind something harder, something darker. He stopped crying. His breathing evened out. The chaotic storm in his mind began to coalesce into a single, sharp point of focus. Survival. He would not die. He would not let them erase him. He would live. He would grow strong, and one day, he would claw his way out of whatever hell they were sending him to. He would not do it for justice, or for heroism, or to clear his name. He would do it for vengeance. The thought was ugly and bitter, but it was also a lifeline. It was the first solid thing he'd had to hold onto since his world had shattered. Suddenly, a violent lurch of the aircraft threw him against his restraints. A loud, grinding roar replaced the steady hum, and he could feel the VTOL bucking and shaking. Red lights began to flash in the dark cabin. They were descending, and not gently. The air pressure changed, making his ears pop. Then, with a deafening screech of metal, the rear cargo door began to lower. The first thing that hit him was the air. It was like breathing in a greenhouse. Incredibly thick, humid, and heavy with the smells of hyper-caffeinated life and deep, primal decay. It was an atmosphere that felt ancient, untouched by human hands. The sound was a deafening cacophony, the shrieks of unidentifiable birds, the buzzing of insects the size of his fist. The rustle of immense things moving through foliage, and a deep, guttural roaring that vibrated in his very bones. He was unstrapped from the gurney by two guards. They dragged him to his feet, his muscles stiff and atrophied from the long confinement. They hauled him towards the open ramp. He saw Isla Soria for the first time. It was a vision of a savage, beautiful nightmare. An endless sea of impossible green stretched out below him, a jungle canopy so thick it looked like a solid, living ocean. Trees of impossible size clawed their way towards the sky, their branches draped with thick, python-like vines and flowers the size of dinner plates, blooming in colors too vibrant to be real. A distant volcano puffed a lazy plume of smoke into the sky, its peak wreathed in a perpetual storm cloud. The setting sun painted the clouds in hues of blood orange and bruised purple. It was the most terrifying and magnificent thing he had ever seen. One of the guards unlocked his quirk-suppressing cuffs. The feeling of one for all flooding back into his limbs was a dizzying, intoxicating rush. It felt different, angrier, more volatile, like it had been simmering alongside his own rage. "Commission's orders," the guard grunted, his voice tinny through his helmet's speaker. "You wanted to be a hero. Here's your chance. Survive." And then, he was pushed. There was no parachute, no lifeline, just a shove. His stomach lurched into his throat as he plummeted towards the jungle. The wind roared past his ears, a primal scream. Below him, the canopy rushed up to meet him, a sea of green teeth ready to devour him. Panic, cold and absolute, seized him for a split second. Then, instinct and that newly forged core of rage took over. "I will not die here." He forced his protesting muscles to work, twisting his body to control his descent. He activated One for All, a mere 5%, just enough to surround him in a cushion of power. He wasn't trying to fly, just to slow down. Just before he hit the canopy, he saw an opening. A narrow gap between two colossal trees. He aimed for it. He crashed through the upper layers of foliage with the force of a meteor, leaves and branches whipping and tearing at him. He used float, not to stop, but to make his fall slightly less fatal, a clumsy, desperate burst of energy that jerked him sideways. He slammed into a massive, moss-covered branch, the impact rattling every bone in his body. He clung to it for a moment, his good arm burning with the strain, before his grip failed and he fell the last 30 feet. He landed in a heap on the jungle floor, the impact driving the air from his lungs. For a moment, he just lay there in the soft, damp loam, staring up at the sliver of bruised sky visible through the thick canopy. He was alive, battered, broken, but alive. He pushed himself up, every muscle screaming in protest. The jungle floor was a world unto itself. Fungi glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light, casting eerie blue and green shadows. Insects with iridescent carapaces clicked and scuttled over giant roots that snaked across the ground like petrified serpents. The air was so thick with moisture it felt like he was drinking rather than breathing. Danger was a palpable presence here, a low hum that vibrated through the soles of his worn-out shoes. His danger sense, which had been a vague tingling in his head back in Japan, was now a constant. Raging migraine. Everything was a threat. The vine that looked like a tripwire was actually a constrictor plant, its tip twitching as he passed. The beautiful, orchid-like FL. Over to his left opened a mouth filled with needle-sharp teeth and snapped at a passing dragonfly. This place was actively trying to kill him. He knew his first priorities: water, shelter, and assessment of his injuries. His arm was a mess, and he had dozens of deep cuts from his crash through the canopy. He tore a strip from his ruined uniform jacket and fashioned a crude sling. He needed to fin a defensible position before night fell completely. The setting sun was already casting long, ominous shadows. He stumbled through the undergrowth, One for All a low, 5% hum around his body, enhancing his senses. He could hear the frantic beat of a small creature's heart in the bushes nearby. He could smell water, the scent of fresh, clean water cutting through the musk of decay. He followed it, his desperation giving him strength. He found it, a small stream, the water running clear and fast over smooth, black stones. He fell to his knees, scooping the cool water into his mouth with his good hand. It was the best thing he had ever tasted. As he drank, he caught his reflection in the water. The face that stared back was not that of Deku, the smiling hero in training. It was a feral stranger. His eyes, once bright with optimism, were shadowed and haunted, burning with a cold, green fire. His hair was matted with blood and dirt. His face was a mask of grim determination. He looked like a cornered animal, and he knew, with a chilling certainty, that to survive here, that's exactly what he had to become. A sudden, sharp snap of a twig behind him sent him spinning around, his body instantly coiled. Green lightning flaring around his fist. Standing not 20 feet away was a creature that looked like a dromaeosaur, but sleeker, larger, and far more intelligent than any fossil record suggested. It was covered in dark, iridescent feathers that shimmered like an oil slick, and its sickle-clawed toe tapped rhythmically on the ground. Its reptilian eyes, slitted and golden, tracked his every move with an unnerving, calculating stare. It wasn't just a beast. It was a hunter, and it was sizing him up. The old Izuku would have tried to reason with it, or would have frozen in terror. The new Izuku saw only a threat to his survival. The creature hissed and lunged, a blur of black feathers and lethal claws. Izuku didn't hesitate. He sidestepped, letting the creature's momentum carry it past him, and brought his fist down in a brutal, efficient hammer blow, channeling 15% of One for All into the strike. It wasn't a smash, it was just a punch, meant to incapacitate, to end the threat. There was a sickening crunch of bone and flesh. The creature let out a strangled squawk and collapsed, its neck bent at an unnatural angle. It was dead. Izuku stood over it, his chest heaving. There was no triumph, no relief. Just a cold, grim finality. This was the law of this new world. Kill or be killed. He had taken a life to preserve his own. It was the first of many prices he would have to pay. He looked at his trembling fist, half expecting to feel revulsion. Instead, he felt nothing but the grim resolve to keep going. Days bled into a week. He lost track of time, marking it only by the rising and setting of the sun. He was no longer just surviving, he was adapting. He learned which plants were edible and which were poison. He learned to move silently through the undergrowth. He learned to read the signs of the jungle, the calls of the birds that signaled an approaching predator, the way the ground trembled when something large was near. His use of One for All changed. It was no longer a collection of special moves with grand names. It was a part of him. Full cowling was his natural state, a low hum of power that kept him alert and strong. Black Whip was not a flashy capture tool but an extension of his body, silent tendrils that let him swing through the canopy or snatch fruit from high branches. Danger Sense was his constant companion, a guardian angel screaming warnings in his skull. The grief for his old life was still there, a hard, cold stone in his gut. But he no longer had time for tears. Crying was a luxury he couldn't afford. It wasted energy and blurred his vision. The rage remained, no longer a boiling fire but a focused, cold fusion core at the center of his being. It fueled him, pushed him, kept him alive when exhaustion screamed foe. Him to just lie down and let the jungle take him. One day, while tracking a small, herbivorous creature for his next meal, he broke through the dense tree line into a vast, open savanna. In the distance, herds of gigantic, long-necked sauropods moved with a slow, majestic grace, their calls echoing like ancient horns. The sheer, primal beauty of it stole his breath for a moment. This place was a hell, but it was also a forgotten Eden, a world of savage majesty. It was then that the ground began to shake. It wasn't the gentle trembling of a passing herd. This was a deep, rhythmic tremor that grew in intensity with every passing second. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps made by a god. The small creatures of the savannah scattered, a wave of panic spreading across the plains. Zuko instinctively dropped into a low crouch behind a cluster of giant ferns, his heart hammering against his ribs. A shadow fell over him, vast and absolute, eclipsing the sun. He looked up, and his blood ran cold. It emerged from the tree line opposite him, a creature of myth and legend given terrifying life. It was a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it was larger, more powerful than any skeleton he had ever seen in a museum. Its hide was a mosaic of ancient scars, a testament to 1,000 battles. Its muscles rippled with every step, each one a promise of earth-shattering power. Its teeth, the size of daggers, were visible even when its massive jaws were closed. But it was the eyes that held him captive. They were not the dumb, unthinking eyes of a simple beast. They were a brilliant, terrifying gold, burning with a sharp, clear intelligence. They held an ancient authority, a raw and undeniable sovereignty. This was not just an animal. This was a monarch. This was Rexa, the tyrant queen. Her massive head swiveled, her gaze sweeping across the plains. Her nostrils flared, tasting the air. Her eyes locked onto his hiding place with an unnerving precision. She knew he was there. The old Izuku would have run. He would have used full cowling to flee as fast as he could, praying he wouldn't be caught. But as he looked at this magnificent, terrifying creature, the embodiment of strength and survival, he didn't feel fear. He felt a strange, primal sense of kinship. She was a survivor. So was he. She was a ruler. He was an outcast. She was the apex predator of this world. And he was done being prey. Slowly, deliberately, Izuku Midoriya stood up. He stepped out from behind the ferns, into the full glare of the sun. He stood tall, his broken body radiating a defiant strength. He didn't activate full cowling to run. He activated it to fight. Green lightning, brighter and more intense than ever before, exploded into life around him. It was not the heroic aura of his past. It was a wild, untamed storm of pure, concentrated rage and will. The ground around his feet cracked under the pressure. The air hummed with raw power, a challenge issued to the queen of this savage land. Rexa stopped, her colossal head lowered slightly, her golden eyes narrowing. She saw him, a tiny, strange creature, wreathed in green fire, standing his ground against her. He was impossibly small, laughably fragile. But there was no fear in his eyes. Only a reflection of her own indomitable will to dominate. A warrior's spirit. Instead of running, instead of cowering, Izuku met her gaze, a silent, lightning-wreathed challenge in his eyes. He had lost his home, his friends, his dream. He had nothing left to lose. But here, in this lost world, standing before its rightful ruler, he would forge a new one. He would not be erased. He would endure, and he would reign. Chapter 2. The Law of the Claw. The world was thunder and teeth. Rain continued to fall in a torrential downpour, each drop a cold spike against Izuku Midoriya's exposed skin, plastering the tattered remnants of his UA gym uniform to his body. The alleyway of Musudafu, with its distant sirens and the ghost of Uraraka's tear-streaked face, felt a universe away. It was a universe away. Here, there was only the primeval symphony of the storm, the groaning of ancient trees, and the impossible creature that stood before him, a mountain of muscle, scale, and predatory perfection. Rexa, the tyrant queen, did not move. Her head, large enough to swallow him whole, was lowered slightly, one colossal, amber eye fixed on him. With an intelligence that was terrifyingly sharp. It was not the vacant, instinct-driven gaze of a dumb animal. It was calculating, assessing. The rain slicked her dark, earth-toned scales, making T.H.M. glisten like obsidian armor in the flashes of lightning that ripped across the bruised purple sky. The low, guttural rumble that vibrated from her chest was no longer a simple threat, it was a question. What are you? Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drum against the base of the storm. One for all, the legacy of heroes, the symbol of peace, crackled around him, its green lightning a stark, defiant viridescence against the gloom. But it felt different here. The power thrumming under his skin was wilder, less controlled. It tasted of ozone, wet earth, and something ancient, something that resonated with the raw, untamed energy of this lost world. His grief, his rage, the searing agony of betrayal, they were no longer just emotions. They were fuel. The vestiges within him were silent, not with disapproval, but with a kind of stunned awe, as if they too were witnessing something far beyond their accumulated experience. He didn't run. The boy who once would have analyzed and panicked, who would have broken down in tears, was gone, washed away by the fall. All that remained was a survivor. His feet were planted in the thick, sucking mud, his stance a low, coiled spring of readiness. He met the tyrant queen's gaze, his own eyes burning with a furious green light. Behind Rexa, her clan began to emerge from the dense cycad forests. 3 more tyrannosaurs, smaller than their queen but still gargantuan beasts of terrifying power, fanned out, their movements disciplined and coordinated. They formed a semicircle, cutting off any hope of escape. They were a pack, a war band, and he was the intruder in their court. Rexa took a single, deliberate step forward. The ground shuddered. The impact sent a tremor through the soles of Izuku's worn-out sneakers. She lowered her head further, her massive snout just feet from his face. He could smell her breath, a hot, musky scent of raw meat and rain. He didn't flinch. He couldn't afford to. Showing fear here was the same as offering his throat. A strange sensation brushed against his mind. It wasn't a voice, not like Shinso's brainwashing or Mandalay's telepath. It was a wave of pure, undiluted intent, a concept given form and force. Challenger. Small, strange, full of lightning. The impression was so powerful it was almost a physical blow. This was their communication. Primal, direct, without deception. Izuku realized he was being judged. Weighed on a scale far older than any human court. His power was the only thing keeping him from being torn apart. It was his only credential in this kingdom of claw and fang. He focused his own will, pouring all his defiance, his refusal to die, into a single thought and directing it outward. I am not your food. I am not your victim. I am here. Rex's eye narrowed infinitesimally. A plume of hot air blasted from her nostrils, scattering the rain in front of him. Another wave of intent washed over him, this one clear and simple. A command. Prove it. She lifted her massive head and let out a roar that was not just a sound, but a physical force. It ripped through the jungle, shaking the very leaves on the trees and echoing off the distant, mist-shrouded mountains. It was a declaration. The other T-Rexes answered with their own fearsome calls, a chorus of dominance that vibrated in Izuku's bones. One of them, a scarred male with darker, charcoal-gray scales and a chipped fang, stepped forward from the line. He was leaner than the others, built like a veteran brawler, his body a roadmap of ancient conflicts. He fixed Izuku with a look of predatory hunger and contempt. The trial had been set. The opponent chosen. Rexa took several steps back, a silent monarch ascending to her throne to watch the spectacle. The jungle clearing, churned into a muddy morass by the storm, became an arena. The rain was the only audience, the lightning the only spotlight. The scarred T-Rex, Izuku would later learn his name was Korgan, wasted no time. He charged. It was a sight that would have frozen the blood of any normal human. 30 feet of muscle and bone, 10,000 pounds of kinetic fury, barreling towards him at a speed that defied its size. The ground shook with each thunderous footfall. His enormous jaws, lined with teeth like railroad spikes, gaped open, ready to crush and tear. But Izuku was no longer a normal human. Danger sense screamed at him. A high-frequency alarm in his skull, painting the trajectory of the attack in his mind's eye. He pushed off the mud, one for all flaring to 15%. The world slowed. He saw the spray of mud kicked up by Korgan's feet. The tensing of the muscles in the beast's powerful legs, the glint of murderous intent in his reptilian eye. Izuku shot to the side, a green blur against the brown and green of the jungle. Korgan's jaws snapped shut on empty air with a sound like two cars colliding. The dinosaur didn't stumble. He was too balanced, too experienced. He pivoted on one massive foot, his tail, a solid cable of muscle and bone, whipping around with incredible speed. It was a battering ram designed to shatter skeletons. Izuku leapt, using full cowling to propel himself high into the air, over the deadly sweep of the tail. He landed lightly on a fallen, moss-covered log, his mind racing faster than it ever had during a training exercise. He's faster than he looks. The tail is just as dangerous as the head. His turning radius is surprisingly tight. Frontal assault is suicide. Brute force against brute force is a losing game. He needed to be smarter, faster, more vicious. Korgan roared in frustration and charged again. This time, Izuku didn't just dodge. As the T-Rex thundered past, Izuku launched himself forward, aiming for the creature's massive, tree-trunk-like leg. Tendrils of black energy erupted from his arms. Black Whip. The strange, sentient quirk felt more alive here, more eager. The tendrils wrapped around Korgan's ankle, thick and strong. Izuku pulled with all his might, anchoring himself against a thick cycad tree. It was like trying to anchor a freight train. Korgan barely slowed, the thick muscle of his leg straining against the black energy. The cycad tree groaned, its roots tearing from the wet earth. But it did the one thing Izuku needed. It threw the dinosaur off balance for a split second. It was enough. Izuku released Black Whip and shot forward, running up Korgan's outstretched leg. The scales were like rough-hewn rock under his feet. Korgan twisted, trying to snap at the minuscule irritant on his flank. Izuku kept moving, a flea on a leviathan. His destination the creature's back. He scrambled up the powerful thigh, leaping onto the broad, muscular expanse of Korgan's spine. From this vantage point, he could see the raw power of the animal. The muscles shifted like tectonic plates beneath him. He could also see a potential weakness, the point where the thick, armored neck met the skull. Korgan thrashed wildly, bucking and twisting, trying to throw him off. It was like riding an earthquake. Izuku used small, controlled bursts from full cowling to stay adhered to the dinosaur's back, his fingers and toes digging for purchase on the rough scales. The T-Rex let out a furious, frustrated bellow and slammed his side against a colossal ironwood tree. Izuku saw it coming. He leapt from Korgan's back an instant before impact, landing in the branches of the tree as Korgan's side collided with the trunk with a sickening crunch of splintering wood. The tree shuddered but held. "You're a skilled fighter," Izuku grunted, more to himself than to the beast. He was analyzing, just as he always had, but the detached calm was gone. This was analysis born of desperation, a frantic search for a winning move in a game where the stakes were his own life. Korgan, seeing him in the tree, lunged, his jaws powerful enough to bite through the entire trunk. Izuku leapt again, from branch to higher branch, a green grasshopper evading a predator. He was using the environment, turning the jungle itself into his ally. He was fast, agile, and unpredictable. But he hadn't landed a single significant blow. He was just surviving. And survival wasn't winning. Rexa watched, her gaze unblinking, impassive. She was judging his tactics, his courage, his power. To her, this wasn't just a fight, it was a conversation, spoken in the language of violence. Izuku knew he had to end it. He couldn't keep dodging forever. He needed to strike a decisive blow. From his perch high in the ironwood, he saw his chance. Korgan was below, circling the tree, his head tilted up. One eye trying to track him through the thick leaves. The top of his skull was exposed. It was time for a new kind of heroics. The brutal kind. He gathered one for all into his legs, the power surging, making the leaves around him tremble. He took a deep breath, the scent of rain and primordial foliage filling his lungs. Then he dove. He shot down from the tree like a green meteor, feet first. He rotated his body, channeling the full force of his descent and the power of one for all into a single, devastating kick. An iron soul, but amplified, twisted into something more lethal. Primal hammer. He roared, the name coming to him unbidden, a guttural cry that was more beast than boy. His foot, wreathed in a corona of furious green lightning, slammed into the top of Korgan's skull. The impact was cataclysmic. There was a sound like a thunderclap and a granite boulder splitting in two. A shockwave of emerald energy erupted from the point of contact. Korgan's eyes rolled back in his head, and his legs, which had supported his 10,000-pound frame for decades of battle, buckled. The massive dinosaur collapsed, crashing to the forest floor with a tremor that shook the very ground. He didn't fall unconscious, but he was stunned, dazed, a massive concussion radiating through his thick skull. He lay in the mud, his breath coming in ragged, whistling gasps. Izuku landed in a crouch beside the fallen giant's head, his own legs screaming in protest. The recoil had been immense. He felt a sharp pain in his ankle, but ignored it. The fight wasn't over. Not yet. Korgan stirred, shaking his massive head to clear it. A low, pained growl rumbled in his chest. He tried to push himself up, one powerful leg scraping for purchase in the mud. He was a warrior to his core. He wouldn't surrender. Izuku stood over him, one for all still blazing. His fist was cocked back, green lightning arcing between his knuckles. He could end it. A 100% smash to Temple would crush the dinosaur's skull. It would be a definitive, brutal victory. A part of him, the part born from the ashes of his betrayal, screamed for it. Show them your power. Show them what happens when you are cornered. Make them fear you. But as he looked down at the proud, defeated warrior, something else stayed his hand. He saw the flicker of defiance in Korgan's eye, the refusal to accept defeat even in the face of overwhelming pain. He saw a warrior's honor. Killing him now wouldn't be a victory. It would be an execution. It would be a desecration of the code by which these creatures clearly lived. Slowly, deliberately, Izuku powered down. The green lightning receded, the immense pressure of his presence vanishing. He stood there in the rain, breathing heavily, his fist Still clenched but no longer crackling with power. He had won. He didn't need to prove anything else. He gave a slight, formal nod to his downed opponent. A sign of respect. Korgan, seeing the killing blow was not coming, ceased his struggles. He lay his head back down in the mud, a low rumble of, what? Submission. Grudging respect. Emanating from his chest. The clearing was silent save for the drumming of the rain. Izuku turned to face Rexa. The Tyrant Queen had not moved, but her expression had changed. The cold, assessing gaze was gone, replaced by something deeper. Something akin to surprise, and perhaps, approval. The wave of intent that washed over him now was complex. Power, skill, and honor. You defeat the warrior, but you do not kill. Strange. The small challenger has the spirit of a king. She let out a soft, low chuffing sound and turned, her massive form moving with a surprising grace. With a flick of her head, she gestured for him to follow. The other two T-Rexes, they are expressions a mixture of shock and wariness, parted to let him pass. As he walked, his ankle throbbing with every step, he felt a profound shift. He was no longer just an intruder. He had passed the test. He had earned a place. It was a place as an outsider, a bizarre anomaly they didn't understand, but it was a place nonetheless. He followed the Tyrant Queen deeper into her territory, the mud squelching under his feet. The jungle closing in around him. He had survived his first day, and in doing so, he had taken the first step toward becoming something entirely new. The days that followed blurred into a routine of brutal survival and stark education. Izuku was given a place within Rex's territory, a small, defensible cave carved into the base of a granite cliff face. It was dry and overlooked the main nesting grounds of the clan, a sprawling, muddy basin where the colossal dinosaurs cared for their even more colossal young. He was not a member of the clan, not truly. He was an oddity, an outsider under observation. The other T-Rexes, including a now recovered and sullen Korgan, gave him a wide berth, their respect warring with their deep-seated predatory instincts. It was from this vantage point that he learned the law of the claw. Rexa herself was his primary teacher. Their conversations were never verbal, always carried on those waves of pure, primal intent. The concepts were simple, unburdened by the nuance and hypocrisy of human society. Strong rule. This was the most fundamental tenet. Rexa was queen not by birthright, but because she was the strongest, the most intelligent, and the most capable leader. Her rule was absolute and was tested constantly, not through politics, but through direct challenges to her authority, which she always met with overwhelming force. Strong protect. The purpose of strength was not mere domination, it was to protect the territory and the clan within it. The strong shielded the young, defended the nesting grounds, and ensured the continuation of the clan. It was a duty, a sacred responsibility that came with power. The concept resonated deeply with the hero Izuku once was, a pure, uncomplicated version of the ideals he had always held. Territory is life. The clan's lands were not just property, they were the source of all things. Water, food, shelter. To lose one's territory was to face starvation, exposure, and death. Every day was a battle to defend its borders against rival predators and encroaching herbivores that threatened to deplete resources. Life is the hunt. In this world, there was no morality in the act of killing for food. It was a necessity, a core part of existence. There was no good or evil, only predator and prey, the hunter and the hunted. Izuku absorbed these lessons, not in a classroom, but by watching, by listening. By feeling the rhythm of this savage land. He watched Rexa lead her clan on hunts, a coordinated storm of teeth and muscle that moved with terrifying efficiency. He saw her gently nudge a hatchling back into the safety of its nest with her massive snout. He saw Korgan stand guard for hours on end, his scarred form a silent sentinel at the edge of their territory. His earlier defeat having forged a grudging, wary respect for the strange, lightning-wreathed creature that had bested him. This new philosophy began to reshape him. The complex, often contradictory rules of hero society, the media rankings, the public perception, the legal red tape, seemed like absurdities here. On Isla Soria, the rules were clear, honest, and written in blood. He found a strange comfort in their simplicity. His grief for his old life didn't vanish, but it began to change, hardening from a weeping wound into a cold, hard scar. He was no longer just Izuku Midoriya, the failed hero student. He was becoming something else, something forged in the crucible of this prehistoric world. His quirk continued to evolve. One for All felt less like a borrowed power and more like an extension of his own being. When he activated it, he could feel the island itself answering his call. The power he drew on wasn't just the stored energy of the past users, it was the life force of the ancient jungle. The raw geothermal energy from the volcanoes that smoked on the horizon, the very spirit of this untamed land. His green lightning now had flecks of gold and amber in it, a reflection of the Earth's primal energy. He practiced in his cave, not doing the controlled katas of his school days, but unleashing raw, explosive power, learning to shape the untamed energy that now flowed through him. Blackwhip's tendrils were thicker, thornier. Danger sense was a constant low thrum, a sixth sense that was perfectly attuned to the ever-present threats of the jungle. Still, a part of him remained on guard. A persistent, nagging feeling tickled the edges of his perception. It was different from the overt threat of a large predator. This was a subtle, intelligent presence. He would catch a flicker of movement in the dense canopy, a rustle in the undergrowth that was too quiet for a large animal, too deliberate for a small one. Danger sense would spike for a moment and then vanish, like a whisper on the wind. He was being watched, stalked. Whatever it was fast, clever, and patient. He mentioned it to Rexa through a pulse of wary intent. Her response was a low growl of annoyance. Shadow dancers. The clawless cowards. They watch. They wait. They are not strong, so they are cunning. He understood. A rival predator. One that relied on stealth and strategy rather than brute force. He filed the information away, his analytical mind cataloging another potential threat. Several weeks into his new existence, a crisis arose. A new creature had entered Rex's territory. It was a colossal, quadrupedal beast. Larger than a triceratops, its body covered in a thick, overlapping carapace of bone plates that seemed fused into an impregnable shield. A massive, wrecking bee. All of a club on its tail could shatter trees with a single swing. It was an ankylosaur of nightmarish proportions, a living tank that had been driven from the volcanic highlands by some unknown pressure. It was now carving a path of destruction through the southern hunting grounds, consuming vast swaths of vegetation and, more critically, destroying a major nesting site for the Gallimimus herds. That were a primary food source for the T-Rex clan. Rexa would not tolerate this. The Quake Hide, as the clan's intent language named it, was a direct threat to their territory. It had to be driven out or brought down. The clan gathered at dusk, the air thick with tension and predatory anticipation. Rex's plan was exactly what Izuku expected, a direct, overwhelming frontal assault. She and her 3 strongest warriors, including Korgan, would charge it head-on, trying to flip it over to expose its soft underbelly. Izuku, standing on a rock outcropping overlooking the war council, felt a spike of alarm. He had seen the Quake Hide from a distance. Its center of gravity was too low, its armor too thick. A frontal assault was suicide. Its tail club could cripple or kill a T-Rex with one well-aimed blow. He focused his will, sending a powerful wave of intent towards Rexa. Bad plan. The armor is too strong. The tail is a death weapon. Rexa turned her massive head toward him, her amber eye glowing in the twilight. We are the strong. We break what stands in our way. Her pride was a palpable force. Strength is not enough, Izuku projected, his thought sharp and clear. Its legs. The joints. The armor is weaker there. A distraction. A second attack from the flank. Use my speed. There was a long pause. The other T-Rexes rumbled, their intent a mixture of indignation and confusion. Korgan looked from Izuku to Rexa. A flicker of something, perhaps memory of his own defeat, in his eyes. To question the Queen's battle plan was unheard of. Rexa considered his strange, tactical thought. She had seen his speed. She had seen his cunning in the fight against Korgan. His logic, though alien, was sound. She had felt the ground shake when the Quake Hide swung its tail. She was proud, but she was not stupid. Show me, her intent commanded. Using a patch of dirt, Izuku quickly scratched out a crude diagram. Sticks for the T-Rexes, a large rock for the Quake Hide. He mapped out a pincer movement. Rexa and 2 others would launch a feint, a noisy, aggressive display from the front to draw the creature's attention and the focus of its deadly tail. As it committed to defending against them, he and Korgan would circle around through the dense jungle and strike at its rear leg joints from the flank. Cripple its mobility, then go for the kill. Korgan let out a questioning rumble, looking at Rexa. The queen stared at the strange markings in the dirt for a long moment, then at the small, lightning-wreathed creature who dared to advise her on the art of the hunt. Finally, she gave a short, sharp nod. The plan was approved. The hunt began under the light of a fractured moon. The air was cool and heavy with the scent of night-blooming flowers and damp earth. The quake hide was easy to find. The path of its destruction was a scar on the landscape, and the sound of its grazing, the crunch of massive teeth on wood and foliage, was a constant, grinding noise. They found it in a clearing, silhouetted against the moon. It was even bigger up close, a living mountain of bone and rage. Rexa let out a deafening roar, the signal to begin. She and her 2 warriors charged into the clearing. A thunderous display of predatory fury, roaring and snapping their jaws, staying just out of range of the devastating tail. The quake hide bellowed in response, a sound like an avalanche. Chi turned its massive body to face the threat, its tail club held high, ready to strike. Its attention was completely fixed on the 3 giant carnivores before it. Now, Rex's command pulsed through the jungle. Izuku and Korgan, who had used the distraction to slip into the thick undergrowth, began their silent approach from the creature's flank. Moving alongside the giant, scarred T-Rex was a surreal experience. Korgan moved with a stealth that belied his size, his massive feet placed with careful precision. Izuku, using a low-level full cowling, was a ghost, flitting between shadows. For the first time, they were not opponents, but partners in the hunt. A silent understanding passed between them, a shared purpose. They broke from the tree line, closing the distance to the quake hide's colossal rear legs. The creature was still focused on Rexa, its tail swinging in wide, whistling arcs that kept the tyrant queen at bay. Korgan charged, aiming for the left rear leg. He sank his massive teeth into the joint where the leg met the body, trying to sever the tendons. The quake hide roared in pain and fury, trying to twist its body to bring its tail to bear on this new threat. This was Izuku's moment. The creature's right rear leg was exposed, the muscles tensed as it shifted its weight. He poured power into his body, pushing himself to 25%. The world sharpened, every detail coming into focus. The texture of the quake hide's armored skin, the strain of the muscles under the scales, the precise point where the knee joint bent. He didn't have teeth that could sever tendons, but he had something better. He leapt, coiling all his power into his fist. But this time, he did something different. He didn't just draw on the power within him. He reached out, feeling that connection to the island, to the raw, seething life force that pulsed beneath the soil. He pulled on it, drawing it into himself. The green lightning of One for All intensified, and swirling within it was a torrent of raw, golden amber energy, the very blood and spirit of Isla Soria. His senses exploded. For a second, he could feel the roots of the trees, the flow of the rivers, the heat of the volcano. The power was immense, overwhelming. Almost too much to contain. He focused it all into one devastating strike, aimed directly at the quake hide's knee joint. Saurian smash. His fist connected. The sound was not a punch. It was an explosion. A wave of concussive force, visible as a ripple in the humid air, erupted from the impact. The quake hide's armor, which had seemed unbreakable, didn't just crack, it shattered. Shards of bone-like plating flew through the air like shrapnel. The leg beneath buckled with a sickening wet snap of bone and cartilage. The colossal creature bellowed, a shriek of pure agony that cut through the night. Its right rear leg collapsed, and its immense body, its balance destroyed, crashed onto its side with a ground-shaking thud that knocked Izuku off his feet. It was down, immobilized, vulnerable. Rexa and her warriors, seeing their opportunity, fell upon the helpless beast. The hunt was over. Izuku staggered to his feet, his arm throbbing, his mind reeling from the surge of primal energy he had just channeled. It was a power far beyond anything he had ever felt, a perfect synthesis of a hero's legacy and a lost world's soul. The T-Rex clan celebrated their victory with a feast. But as they tore into their hard-won meal, Rexa broke away. She walked over to where Izuku stood, his body still trembling with the aftershocks of his power. She stopped before him, lowering her head until her colossal amber eye was level with his. She didn't project words or commands. She simply looked at him. And in that gaze, Izuku saw everything. The cold assessment was gone. The wariness was gone. It was replaced by a profound, earth-shaking respect. An awe that bordered on reverence. He was no longer just a challenger. He was no longer just an anomaly. He had proven his strength, his cunning, and his worth in the crucible of the Great Hunt. He had become a vital part of the clan's survival. She nudged his shoulder gently with her snout, a gesture so delicate for such a powerful creature that it stole his breath. It was a sign of acceptance. A sign of alliance. The first true seed of their bond, a bond between a fallen hero and a tyrant queen, been planted in the blood-soaked soil of Isla Soria. As the clan's roars of victory echoed through the jungle, Izuku looked up at the moon, his fist still clenched. He had found a new law to live by, a new power to command. And as he stood there, he felt those familiar, unseen eyes watching him from the shadows. The shadow dancers, Vela's raptors. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him despite the tropic heat, that his next trial would not be one of strength, but of wit. And it would be coming soon. Chapter 3. The Dance of Shadows. The air in the great caldera, Rex's domain, was thick. With the coppery scent of blood and the humid perfume of decay and life. Days had bled into a week since the Great Hunt, since Izuku had shattered the iron-plated hide of the Ankylodont and earned his place. It was not a place of comfort, but of acceptance, a grudging respect that was Isla Soria's equivalent of a warm welcome. He was no longer prey. He was a predator, an odd, two-legged anomaly. With the power of a falling meteor in his fists, he sat on a volcanic rock ledge overlooking the sprawling, makeshift camp of the tyrant clan. Below, the colossal creatures moved with a paradoxical grace, their heavy footfalls echoing like the drums of war. Young T-Rexes, the size of small cars, fought, their jaws snapping playfully, while the adults rested or gnawed on the colossal ribs of their recent kill. Rexa herself was a mountain of scaled muscle, observing her clan with an obsidian eye that missed nothing. She had acknowledged him, granted him a share of the kill and a space within her territory's perimeter. But she was not his friend. She was his queen, a suzerain who had witnessed his strength and deemed him a worthy, if bizarre, vassal. Izuku ran a hand over the crude after wrappings he'd fashioned for his fists. His knuckles were a roadmap of scars, old and new. The green lightning of One for All no longer felt like a borrowed, untamable storm. Here, in this primal world, it felt like his own heartbeat. A raw energy that connected him to the very bedrock of the island. It was wilder, yes, but it was also more intuitive. The vestiges within him were quieter now, not with disapproval, but with a kind of awestruck observation, as if they too were watching their power evolve into something they had never anticipated. He was changing. The constant, gnawing grief for his past life, for his mother, for All Might, was still there, a cold stone in his gut. But it was no longer a paralyzing anchor. It was a whetstone. The betrayal, the false accusations, the FACES of his friends contorted in disbelief and anger, they were the fuel. He had cried until he was dehydrated in those first few days. Now, his tear ducts felt like they had turned to dust. There was no room for tears in a world governed by the law of the claw. There was only survival, and the grim satisfaction of proving everyone who had cast him out profoundly, devastatingly wrong. A flicker of movement at the edge of his vision. It was nothing and everything. A leaf that trembled when there was no wind. A shadow that deepened for a split second too long. His danger sense, a quirk he had once found jarring, was now a constant. Low thrum at the base of his skull, a second pulse that mapped the unseen world around him. For days, it had been tingling, a persistent prickle that spoke of observation. Not the overt, challenging stare of Rex's clan, but something far more subtle. Something intelligent and patient. He didn't turn his head. He kept his gaze on the valley below, his posture relaxed. But every muscle fiber was coiled. He focused his hearing past the grunts and snarls of the tyrant clan, past the drone of oversized insects, listening for the telltale signs, the snap of a twig, the scuff of a claw on stone. There was nothing. They were good. Too good. He pushed himself to his feet, stretching as if simply working out a kink in his back. He began to walk the perimeter of the ledge, a casual stroll that slowly took him toward the dense, jungle-choked cliff face that marked the edge of Rex's territory. The prickling sensation intensified, no longer a general warning, but a focused beam aimed directly at him. He was being herded, subtly, expertly. He was being guided away from the open ground and into the trees. Izuku's mind, once a whirlwind of heroic analysis and frantic note-taking, was now a colder, sharper instrument. They don't want a confrontation in the open. They don't want to challenge Rex's authority directly. This is a private conversation. He reached the tree line, the colossal ferns and cycads forming a living wall of green and shadow. He paused, taking one last look back at the caldera. Rex's massive head lifted, her eye fixing on him for a moment. A low rumble echoed from her chest, not a warning, but a question. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, a silent message, "I can handle this." She seemed to accept it, turning her attention back to her clan. She respected strength, and that meant respecting his ability to fight his own battles. He stepped into the shadows. The transition was immediate. The oppressive heat of the sun was replaced by a cool, damp twilight. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of wet earth and blooming, nightmarish flowers. The thrum of his danger sense exploded into a chorus of alerts from all sides. He was surrounded. He stopped, standing perfectly still in a small clearing where a sliver of sunlight pierced the canopy. "You've been following me for 3 days, he said, his voice calm, level. It didn't even sound like his own anymore. The desperate tremor was gone, replaced by a low resonance that carried in the humid air. "Your patience is admirable, but my time is valuable. State your purpose." For a long moment, there was only the sound of his own breathing and the chittering of unseen jungle life. Then, the shadows detached themselves from the trees. They moved with a liquid grace, silent and fluid. They were smaller than him, wiry and sleek, covered in scales that shifted from obsidian to emerald in the dappled light. Their sickle-like claws were held just off the ground, balanced and ready. Velociraptors. A pack of at least a dozen. They formed a loose circle around him, their intelligent, avian eyes tracking his every twitch. And then, one of them stepped forward. She was larger than the others. Her scales a more pronounced shade of jade green, with intricate, darker patterns that resembled ancient script along her flank. A crest of dark, almost black feathers ran from the back of her head down her neck, flaring slightly. Her eyes were not the flat, predatory gold of a simple beast. They were the color of molten amber, and they burned with a terrifying, calculating intelligence. This was not just an alpha. This was a monarch. She let out a series of sharp, resonant clicks and whistles, a language as complex as any spoken word. Izuku didn't understand the sounds, but he understood the meaning. Her posture, the slight tilt of her head, the focused intensity of her stare, it all radiated authority. She is Vila, the Shadow Queen, a name he'd heard in the guttural roars and grunts of Rex's clan, a name spoken with a mix of disdain and grudging respect. Rexa was strength. Vila was cunning. They were rival powers on this island. The queen, Vila, took another step forward. Her head low, she opened her mouth, and Izuku braced himself for a screech, but what came out was a soft, sibilant hiss that slowly, impossibly, began to shape itself into recognizable speech. It was a miracle of mimicry, the sound scraped and raw, as if being dredged up from a throat not designed for such things, but the words were clear. "The little god of thunder," she hissed. Each word an effort. "You break stone. You shake ground. Strong. Like Rexa. Loud. Stupid." Izuku's eyebrows rose slightly. "You can talk." Vila let out a sharp bark that might have been a laugh. The sound was dry, like bones rattling. "Can listen. Can learn. You speak. We learn. Takes time." She tilted her head, her amber eyes seeming to peer right through him. "Strength is a rock. It sits, or it breaks. Mind is a river. It flows. It cuts the rock." "And you think Rexa is the rock?" Izuku stated, not as a question. "Rexa is mountain. She is strong. But she does not change. The island changes. The sky weeps metal tears. She gestured with her snout toward the coast, a reference to the drone wreckage he had also seen. The world beyond comes. Mountain will fall. River will find new path. This was a political overture. A recruitment. Vila saw him not as Rexa did, as another powerful piece on the board, but as a potential catalyst for a paradigm shift. She saw his potential for more than just punching. What do you want from me, Vila? Izuku asked, crossing his arms. The raptors around him tensed at the motion, their sickle claws twitching. But a low click from their queen stilled them. Rexa tested your arm, Vila hissed, her voice gaining a smoother, more confident cadence as she spoke. I test your mind. Your shadow. She turned, and two of her pack dragged something into the clearing. It was a totem, crudely carved from petrified wood and bone. It depicted a coiled raptor, its feathers intricately detailed, its eyes inlaid with polished river stones. But it was broken, the head snapped clean off. This is our history. Our spirit, Vila explained, her gaze fixed on the broken icon. The bloodclaws broke it. They are fools. All teeth, no thought, like bad children of Rexa. They live in the tangled heart. They took the head. Our honor. You want me to get it back, Izuku concluded. Yes, but not like him. She flicked her tail in the general direction of the caldera. Not with thunder. Not with roar. The bloodclaws are many. Twice my pack. A fight is death. For many. A waste. Her amber eyes locked with his. You will go alone. You will be a ghost. A whisper. You will take our honor from their nest. They will not see you. They will not hear you. They will only know it is gone. It was a test of stealth, strategy, and infiltration. A mission that would have been assigned by Aizawa or Sir Night-Eye, not a challenge issued by a dinosaur. She wasn't testing his quirk, she was testing his application of it. She wanted to see the river, not the rock. Izuku looked at the circle of silent, deadly predators. He looked at their intelligent queen. He thought of his own past, of the countless times his mind, his analytical ability, had been his greatest weapon, more so than the borrowed power thrumming under his skin. This was a language he understood far better than brute force. A slow smile, sharp and humorless, touched his lips for the first time in what felt like an eternity. It felt foreign on his face. When do I start? The Tangled Heart was aptly named. It was a section of the jungle where the canopy was so thick that the concept of daytime was merely a rumor. A perpetual, humid twilight reigned, broken only by the bioluminescent glow of strange fungi that clung to the bark of gargantuan trees. The air was a stagnant soup of rotten chlorophyll, so heavy it felt like breathing through a wet cloth. This was the territory of the bloodclaws, and it was designed to kill. For 2 full days, Izuku did not enter. He became a ghost on its borders, a patient observer perched in the hest branches of the trees that overlooked the territory. He moved with a slowness that was agonizing, every shift of weight deliberate, every breath controlled. He ate the protein-rich nuts and fruits he'd learned to identify. Drank the morning dew collected on the massive leaves, and watched. The bloodclaws were a stark contrast to Vela's pack. Where her raptors were sleek, disciplined hunters, these were hulking, brutish thugs. Their scales were a mottled, angry red, many scarred from constant infighting. They moved with a swaggering aggression, communicating in harsh, guttural barks and shrieks. They were larger, more muscular. But they were also sloppy. Their patrols were irregular, often breaking down into squabbles over territory or scraps of food. Their sentries were easily distracted. They were indeed all teeth and no thought. But their numbers were immense. Izuku counted at least 30, and their territory was laced with crude but effective traps. Pits filled with sharpened stakes, hidden beneath layers of leaves. Snare vines connected to precariously balanced deadwood, designed to crush anything that tripped the line. And their senses, while undisciplined, were still preternaturally sharp. A direct approach, even for him, was suicide. He sketched a map in the dirt of his perch, using a sharp stone to carve lines representing patrol routes, guard posts, and the locations of traps he'd spotted. He marked the central clearing where the pack seemed to congregate, a foul-smelling depression in the earth littered with bones and rotting carcasses. At its center, on a crude stone altar, sat his prize, the head of the totem, a snarling raptor carved from petrified wood, its stone eyes seeming to glare at the squalor surrounding it. Getting in and grabbing it was only half the problem. Getting out with a pack of 30 enraged raptors on his tail was the other. He needed a diversion, a big one, something that would turn the pack's chaotic aggression inward, making them blind and deaf to his escape. He watched them for hours, studying their social dynamics. There was a clear alpha, a scarred behemoth even larger than the rest, who ruled through sheer brutality. But beneath him, there were two prominent sub-alphas, each leading a distinct faction within the pack. One was a wiry, vicious-looking raptor with a distinctive slash of white scales across its snout. The other was bulkier, missing one eye, but equally ferocious. The two factions were constantly at odds, posturing, stealing kills from one another, held in check only by the presence of the main alpha. That was the fracture point. The key. All he needed was a catalyst to turn that rivalry into an all-out civil war. His mind went to work, sifting through years of hero training, villain analysis, and desperate on-the-fly strategizing. He needed to frame one sub-alpha for a transgression against the other. Something unforgivable. Their most prized possessions seemed to be fresh kills. A stolen meal was the ultimate insult. But he couldn't just move a carcass, it was too clumsy. He then noted a specific behavior. The pack had a small, clear stream on the northern edge of their territory. It was their only source of fresh water. The alpha drank first, then the sub-alphas, then the rest. It was a rigid hierarchy. Violating the watering order was a grave offense, a direct challenge to authority. A plan began to form, intricate and dangerous. It relied on precision, timing, and a deep understanding of his own quirks when used not as hammers, but as scalpels. He would not just steal the totem. He would dismantle their entire social structure from the shadows. On the third night, under the faint light of a crescent moon filtering through the canopy, Izuku prepared. He stripped down to the ragged shorts that were all that was left of his UA uniform pants. He used mud and crushed leaves to cover his skin, breaking up his silhouette and masking his scent. He channeled one for all, but not into a crackling aura. He let it simmer, a low 5% flow throughout his entire body, just enough to grant him silent, superhuman grace. The dance of shadows had begun. He moved through the canopy, a phantom in the gloom. Black Whip was his primary tool, silent tendrils of dark energy lashing out to grasp branches far ahead, pulling him through the air without a sound. He was a creature of the trees, more ape than man, never touching the trap-laden forest floor. His feet, bare and calloused, made no purchase on the mossy bark of the branches. His danger sense was a symphony of warnings. A low hum to his left indicated a hidden sentry, half asleep in a fern-choked hollow. A sharp spike directly below him was a tripwire he sailed over. He moved with the flow of the jungle, a predator hunting predators. The boy who had tripped over his own feet in his first weeks at UA was a distant memory, a ghost of a life that no longer existed. This man, this creature, was a master of his environment. He reached the edge of the central clearing and waited, concealed in the dense foliage of a monstrous ironwood tree. The pack was mostly asleep, their bodies coiled in heaps. The main alpha slept on a raised bed of moss near the altar. The two sub-alphas and their factions slept on opposite sides of the clearing, a clear line of demarcation between them. A few restless sentries patrolled the perimeter. Patience. Aizawa had drilled it into him. Wait for the perfect moment. Don't rush. Don't force it. Let the opportunity present itself. Hours passed. The moon crept across the sky. Then, the opportunity came. One of the sentries, belonging to the White Snout faction, got lazy. It crept over to a half-eaten carcass, a small pig-like creature, and began tearing off strips of meat. A clear violation of pack rules. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Phase 1. He extended a single, impossibly thin tendril of Blackwhip. It snaked down from the canopy, silent as a falling spider's thread. With surgical precision, he wrapped it around a sizable, half-gnawed bone from the carcass. He lifted it slowly, carefully, pulling it up into the darkness of the leaves. The raptor, too engrossed in its stolen meal, noticed nothing. Now for the setup. He traversed the canopy again, moving from the territory of the White Snout faction to that of the One-Eyed Sub-Alpha. He located the larder, a collection of bones and leftover kills stashed in a shallow cave at the base of a cliff. With the same pinpoint control, he lowered the stolen bone and placed it gently atop their pile. The evidence was planted. Phase 2. The trigger. He needed to create a disturbance at the stream, but it had to be subtle. He couldn't just throw a rock. It had to seem natural, and it had to implicate one of the factions. He moved again, a silent wraith flitting through the branches, until he was positioned above the stream. He waited. Just before dawn, the air began to change. The nocturnal creatures fell silent, and the first stirrings of the pack began. As predicted, the main alpha rose first, stretching its powerful limbs before lumbering toward the stream. This was his moment. Izuku, you found what he was looking for. A large, pendulous fruit, heavy and ripe, hanging from a branch directly over the water. Its skin was tough, and it would make a loud splash. He needed to make it seem like it was dislodged by a clumsy raptor. His gaze fell upon a young raptor from the One-Eyed faction, just waking up and still groggy. It was perfect. He sent 2 thin whips of Blackwhip out. One gently, almost imperceptibly, nudged a loose stone near the young raptor's feet. The stone tumbled down a short embankment, making a small clatter. At the exact same instant, the second whip struck the stem of the hanging fruit, snapping it clean. Ploosh. The fruit hit the water with a sound like a gunshot in the quiet morning. The alpha, who had just lowered its head to drink, snapped up with a furious roar. Its head whipped around, its eyes blazing. The clatter of the stone had drawn its attention directly to the groggy young raptor from the One-Eyed faction, who now looked up, confused and terrified. The alpha let out a bellow of rage. To its simple, brutal mind, the sequence was clear. The subordinate made a noise, and something fell into its water. It was a sign of disrespect. It charged, not to kill, but to discipline, slamming its massive body into the young raptor and sending it tumbling with a yelp of pain. The One-Eyed Sub-Alpha shot to its feet, screeching in protest at the attack on one of its own. The White Snout Sub-Alpha, seeing its rival being chastised, let out a series of mocking, triumphant chirps. The fuse was lit, while the Alpha was distracted, roaring at its subordinates and re-establishing its dominance. Izuku moved. The camp was in chaos. This was his window. He dropped from the trees into the heart of the clearing, landing as softly as a cat. One for all at 8% pulsed through him. A silent engine of speed and power. He sprinted towards the altar. The air was filled with shrieks and snarls as the 2 factions postured at each other, the 10 Scion from days of rivalry now at a boiling point. They were so focused on each other and their enraged leader that they didn't see the green and brown streaked figure moving through their midst. His hand closed around the cool, smooth surface of the totem head. It was heavier than it looked, radiating a strange, ancient cold. He had it. Phase 3. The catalyst. He needed to get the alpha away from the stream and back into the camp to discover the theft. He looked around, spotting his target. The lazy sentry from the White Snout faction, the one who had been secretly eating, was now trying to slink back to its group, hoping its transgression went unnoticed. Izuku's mind worked instantly. He activated Blackwhip again, this time using it to snag a loose vine near the alpha's feet as it was roaring at the One-Eyed Sub-Alpha. He yanked. The alpha, caught off balance, stumbled. It wasn't a fall, just a clumsy misstep, but it was a blow to its pride. It spun around, looking for the cause, its enraged gaze sweeping the area. Izuku, from his position behind the altar, used a tiny puff of air from his finger, a minuscule air force flick, to send a few leaves skittering across the ground, drawing the alpha's attention toward the panicked sentry. The alpha's reptilian brain made the connection its own way. The clumsy sentry from the White Snout faction had tripped him. Another sign of disrespect from that group. But as the Alpha turned to charge the sentry, its gaze fell upon its own larder, near the altar. And it noticed the missing bone. The one Izuku had taken. The Alpha let out a low, inquisitive growl. Its rage momentarily forgotten, replaced by confusion. It stalked over to its pile of food, sniffing the air. The scent of the pig creature was there, but the bone was gone. Its head snapped up, its gaze sweeping the camp. It was looking for the thief. And that's when the one-eyed sub-alpha, feeling emboldened after the alpha's attention had shifted, decided to press its advantage. It let out a challenging shriek at the White Snout faction. The response was a furious bark. The alpha's confusion turned back to rage. His pack was squabbling, disrespecting him, and now, stealing his food. Izuku knew it was time for the final piece of the puzzle. He ran, silent as the wind, toward the one-eyed faction's cave. He placed the totem head just inside the entrance, partially hidden but visible enough to be found. Then, he used Blackwhip to pull himself back into the canopy, melting into the shadows just as the Alpha, in its fury, decided to assert its dominance. By inspecting its subordinates' territory, it started with the one-eyed faction's cave. The Alpha stomped toward it, roaring for them to show submission. And then it stopped. It sniffed the air, it tilted its head, and it saw it. There, in the larder of the one-eyed sub-alpha, was the bone stolen from the Alpha's own personal kill. A sound of pure, unadulterated fury tore from the Alpha's throat, a sound that shook the very trees. It had found its thief. The one-eyed sub-alpha had stolen from him. The one-eyed raptor, seeing the Alpha's gaze fixed on its larder and the incriminating bone, panicked. It knew it was being framed, and its gaze immediately fell on its rival, the White Snout. This was their doing. It let out a screech of accusation. It was all the spark the powder keg needed. The White Snout sub-alpha, seeing its rival about to be torn apart by the Alpha, decided this was the moment to seize power. It launched itself, not at the Alpha, but at the one-eyed sub-alpha, its faction charging in behind it. The clearing erupted into a maelstrom of claws and teeth. The two factions tore into each other with savage abandon. The Alpha, its authority completely shattered, was caught in the middle, roaring in fury and attacking any raptor that came near, regardless of faction. The disciplined pack structure had completely disintegrated into a chaotic, bloody free-for-all. From his perch high above, Izuku watched the carnage he had orchestrated. A cold knot formed in his stomach. This was not a heroic victory. There was no cheering crowd. He had used his intellect, his powers honed to save people. To turn a living, breathing community against itself, to manipulate them into self-destruction. He felt a pang of something that might have been guilt, but he crushed it. This was Isla Soria. This was the law of the claw, played on a different field. Vila had asked for the river, and he had given her a flood. With the entire Bloodclaw pack locked in a suicidal civil war, Izuku slipped away. He moved back through the canopy, the stolen totem head clutched tightly in one hand. He did not look back. He returned to the clearing where he had first met Vila. He was caked in mud and sweat, bleeding from a dozen minor cuts, but he walked with a new, unshakable confidence. He placed the totem head on the ground, next to its broken body. He fit the two pieces together. They clicked into place perfectly. He didn't have to wait long. Vila and her pack materialized from the shadows as silently as they had before. She approached the restored totem, her amber eyes examining it from all angles. She nudged it with her snout, then looked up at Izuku. Her gaze was different now. The calculation was still there, but it was mixed with a profound, almost reverent awe. "The heart is quiet," she hissed, her voice smoother than before. "The screams have stopped. The Bloodclaws are broken." "They destroyed each other," Izuku said, his voice flat. "There will be few, if any, survivors." "A wound cleansed by fire," Vila replied, showing no remorse. "They were a sickness. You did not kill them. You let them kill themselves. This is the way of the river. It does not break the mountain. It wears it away, finds the cracks, and brings it down. She took a step closer to him, her movements deliberate. She lowered her head, until her snout was almost touching his chest, a gesture of profound respect. The rest of her pack followed suit, bowing their heads in a wave of silent submission. Rexa, seize your fist. The tyrant queen respects power. Vila hissed, her voice a low, confidential whisper. I see your mind. The shadow queen respects a master, a king. She straightened up, her amber eyes locking with his. My pack is yours. My claws are your claws. My shadow is your shadow. We follow you. Izuku, Midoriya. The river follows the pull of the moon. A major political shift. The words from the outline resonated in his mind. This was it. He had done more than pass a test. He had gained a formidable new ally, a force of lethal precision and strategic cunning. He now had the Errant clan's strength and the Shadow Pack's guile. As if summoned by the thought, a thunderous roar echoed from the direction of the great caldera. It was Rexa. It wasn't a roar of anger, but of announcement. Of presence. She knew. Somehow, she knew that the balance of power on the island had just fundamentally, irrevocably changed. Izuku looked from the submissive raptors at his feet toward the sound of Rex's challenge. He was no longer just a survivor, an outsider given sanctuary. He was a player, a force to be reckoned with. The foundation of his kingdom was being laid, not just with the thunder of his fists, but with the silent, deadly dance of shadows. And he knew, with a certainty that chilled him and thrilled him in equal measure, that this was only the beginning. He had united 2 queens. 2 more remained, and the outside world was coming. Chapter 4. The Whispers on the Wind. The island breathed. It was a truth Izuku Midoriya had come to understand not as a metaphor, but as a literal, tangible reality. He could feel it in the soles of his worn boots, a slow, deep thrumming that resonated up through his bones. It was the pulse of the earth itself, a rhythmic beat that matched the crashing of waves against the black volcanic sands of the coastline. In the weeks that had followed his alliance with Vila and her shadow packs, a semblance of a routine had formed, a life carved from the edge of a world lost to time. His days were a brutal ballet of survival, training, and a strange, burgeoning form of diplomacy between the island's apex predators. This morning, he stood on that very coastline, the border between the known jungle and the infinite, taunting expanse of the ocean that had served as his prison wall. The sun was a molten gold coin just beginning its ascent, casting long, dancing shadows from the colossal cycads that lined the beach. The air was cool and salty, a welcome respite from the oppressive humidity of the deep jungle. Rex's roars, softened by distance, served as a morning chorus from her domain in the great caldera. Vela's raptors, silent as ghosts, would be starting their patrols, their movements marked only by the faintest rustle of ferns. He was alone, a rare luxury. He had come here to think, to let the vastness of the sea put his own tumultuous thoughts into perspective. One for all simmered beneath his skin, a constant companion. It felt different here, wilder. The energy of the island, that deep, primal pulse, seemed to be seeping into it, changing it. The green lightning that wreathed his limbs now seemed less like electricity and more like captured life force, raw and untamed. The vestiges within him were quieter these days, not silent, but watching. He sensed their awe and their apprehension. They were as much explorers in this new frontier of their shared power as he was. His relationships with the queens were a complex tapestry of respect, authority, and a nascent, almost familial bond he didn't dare put a name to. Rexa treated him as a fellow monarch, a warrior whose strength she could rely on. Their interactions were direct, grounded in the physical realities of territory and power. They would train together, their spars shaking the very caldera floor, her bone-crushing jaws snapping inches from his face as he weaved and dodged, his fists striking her armored hide with the force of cannonballs. From her, he was learning the meaning of absolute, unwavering presence, the power of being an unshakable mountain. Vila was a different matter entirely. She was his strategist, his spymaster. Their meetings were held in the shadowed heart of the jungle, surrounded by her silent, intelligent raptors. They would pore over maps scratched into slate with claws, planning patrol routes, identifying threats, and anticipating the movements of rival packs and rogue behemoths. She taught him to see the island not as a single landmass, but as a living chessboard, every creature a piece, every resource a strategic objective. She sharpened his mind as Rexa sharpened his body, forcing him to think 10 steps ahead, to use his opponent's strengths against them. He was not just a warrior, he was becoming a general, a tactician. Yet, despite this new life, this incredible power, the ghost of his past clung to him like a shroud. In the quiet moments before sleep, he would see their faces, All Might's hollowed, disappointed eyes, Uraraka's tear-streaked face, a mask of confusion and betrayal, Bakugo's explosive rage, the raw, vitriolic certainty in his voice as he condemned him. The pain was a dull, constant ache in his chest, a wound that refused to heal. They had cast him out, thrown him away. But here, on this island, he was not trash. He was not a traitor. Here, he was necessary. He was respected. He was, in his own small but growing kingdom of fang and claw, a king. A glint of something unnatural caught his eye, a flicker of light that didn't belong amidst the organic chaos of the shoreline. It was half buried in the wet sand where the tide had receded, a shard of wrongness in this perfect, prehistoric world. Curiosity piqued. He walked towards it, the rhythmic crunch of his footsteps the only sound besides the waves. As he drew closer, the shape resolved itself. It wasn't a strangely shaped shell or a piece of quartz. It was metal. He knelt, his fingers tracing the object's edge. It was a dark, composite material, impossibly smooth and cool to the touch. He dug around it, his hands sinking into the muck and sand, until he could pull the object free. It was a piece of wreckage, roughly 3 feet long. A curved panel of some kind. It was scorched along one edge, and strange, hair-thin wires poked from the fractured cross-section. He recognized the design philosophy immediately. It was sleek, aerodynamic, and built for stealth. It was hero-grade, or more likely, military-grade technology. A cold knot of dread formed in his stomach. He scanned the horizon, his EY's tracing the endless blue line where sea met sky. Nothing. But this piece of debris was undeniable proof. The outside world was not as distant as he had allowed himself to believe. It was coming. He spent the next hour combing the beach, his initial meditative calm shattered by a new, urgent anxiety. He found more. A shattered camera lens, its intricate optics cloudy with saltwater. A small, self-contained propulsion unit, its fan blades twisted and broken. A section of a wing, bearing a stenciled serial number that was partially scraped away. He gathered the pieces, his analytical mind, part of him that had filled countless notebooks with hero analysis, kicking into overdrive. These weren't from a plane or a boat. The size, the materials, the advanced technology, they were pieces of a high-altitude, long-range drone. Someone was watching the island. Or trying to. His fists clenched. Were they checking to see if he was dead? Or were they scouting, preparing for something else? The Hero Public Safety Commission. They wouldn't just exile him. They would want to ensure the problem was permanently dealt with, the loose end tied off. Or perhaps it was someone else entirely. The Paranormal Liberation Front, Shigaraki. All for one. The thought sent a jolt of ice through his veins. If they knew about this place, if they saw it as a resource. He couldn't afford to be blind. Rexa commanded the ground, Vila the jungle floor, but their perspective was limited. They could see a threat coming from the trees, but not from the sky. They could fight an invader on the beach, but not track a ship that was still miles out to sea. He needed a complete picture of his kingdom, his fortress. He needed eyes in the sky. And on Isla Soria, there was only one power that truly owned the sky. The Pterodons, and their queen, a creature of legend he had only heard of in hushed, reverent tones from Vela's scouts. Terra, the Sky Queen, ruler of the volcanic peaks, the ancient, aloof Mon. Arch who looked down on the squabbles of the ground dwellers with detached indifference. Getting an audience with Rexa had required a trial of strength. Gaining Vela's trust had required a test of intellect. To win over a queen who cared for neither, who saw the world from a perspective he couldn't even imagine, he didn't know how he would do it. But he had to try. The whispers on the wind were no longer just the sound of the ocean. They were a warning, and he had to be ready to answer. The great caldera was a basin of primal power, a vast amphitheater of rock and steam ruled by Rexa. Izuku presented his findings on a large, flat rock that served as an informal council table. The drone fragments were laid out, alien shapes against the familiar stone. Rexa stood over them, her massive head lowered, one golden reptilian eye the size of a dinner plate examining the wreckage with predatory focus. The air vibrated with her low, guttural growl. Vila stood opposite, her lithe, feathered form a stark contrast to Rex's brute mass. She circled the fragments, her head cocked, her sharp, intelligent eyes missing nothing. Her raptor guards formed a silent, watchful perimeter, their lethal claws tapping restlessly on the ground. Scrap, Rexa rumbled, her voice like an avalanche. She nudged the largest piece with her snout, the metal screeching against the rock. Sky metal, weak. My teeth would shatter it. Its weakness is not the point, Tyrant Queen, Vila hissed, her voice a dry rustle of leaves. She tapped the broken camera lens with a single, elegant claw. This is an eye that sees from above. This is a claw that strikes from a distance. Its purpose is not to fight, but to watch. To learn. The creatures that sent this are not beasts who hunt with instinct. They hunt with knowledge. Izuku nodded, grateful for Vela's immediate grasp of the situation. She's right, Rexa. One drone might be an accident. But I found pieces of at least 3, scattered over miles of coastline. They are actively surveying the island. We've been lucky so far that the jungle canopy hides most of our movements, but they will get bolder. They will send more, and eventually, they will send people. The word, people, hung in the air, a foreign and unwelcome concept in this domain. To Rexa, it meant little. Another challenger, another meal. But Vila understood the implication. Organized, intelligent, and technologically advanced. A threat unlike any the island had ever faced. Rexa let out a frustrated snort, a plume of hot air misting in the cool morning. My clan holds the caldera. Your packs hold the jungle floor. Let them come. We will feast on their metal shells and break their soft bodies. And what happens when they strike from the sky, where your jaws cannot reach? Vila countered, her tone sharp. What happens when they burn the jungle from above, driving the prey out and destroying our hunting grounds? Your strength is useless if you cannot reach your enemy. The tension between the two queens was a palpable force. They were allies through Izuku, but their fundamental natures, brute force versus strategic cunning, were often at odds. It was Izuku's role to be the bridge. That's why I need to go to the peaks, he said, drawing both their gazes. I need to speak with Terra. Rexa reared her head back, a deep growl of disapproval rumbling in her chest. The Sky Queen does not meddle. Her flocks are phantoms. They hunt the sea, they sleep on the wind. The ground is nothing to them. She will not see you. Terra values perspective above all else, Vila added, her expression unreadable. She has watched the island for centuries from her throne of smoke and fire. She has seen clans rise and fall, seen the very mountains shift. To her, we are fleeting. Our conflicts are the squabbles of insects in the dirt beneath her. She will not care about your broken sky metal. Then I have to make her care, Izuku insisted, his voice ringing with a conviction that surprised even himself. I have to show her that this threat isn't just to us, the ground dwellers. It's a threat to the island itself. To our home. If they burn the jungles, the herds will starve. If the herds starve, the predators will follow. If the sea is poisoned by their machines, her own food source will vanish. The entire ecosystem is connected. She has the highest perspective. So I have to show her the whole picture. I have to try. There was a long silence, broken only by the hiss of a nearby geothermal vent. Rexa and Vila exchanged a look, a silent conversation passing between the two ancient rivals. Rexa saw the fire in Izuku's eyes, the same unbreakable will he'd shown when he first stood his ground against her. Vila saw the logic in his plan, the calculated risk. The ambition to unite not just their two clans, but a third, a crucial piece of the strategic puzzle. Finally, Rexa gave a slow, ponderous nod. The peaks are treacherous. The air grows thin, and he slopes are home to scavengers and lesser sky beasts that would tear you apart. Go, but if you fall, I will not drag your bones back down. It was the closest she would ever come to saying, be careful. Vila was more direct. She will not be swayed by strength or by tricks, little king. Her mind is not of the ground. Find what she values. Every creature has a price, a weakness, a desire. Find hers, or your journey will be for nothing. Izuku looked from the tyrant queen of the earth to the shadow queen of the jungle. He had earned their respect through their own languages, power and strategy. Now, he had to journey into a new realm, the realm of the sky, and learn to speak an entirely new language. With their tacit approval, he gathered a small pack of supplies, strips of cured meat, a waterskin, and the broken drone fragments to serve as evidence, and set his sights on the jagged, smoke-wreathed volcano that dominated the island's skyline. His ascent had begun. The journey to the volcanic peaks was like climbing through the layers of creation. The first day was spent ascending through the familiar, humid embrace of the jungle that blanketed the lower slopes. Here, Izuku was king. He moved with a preternatural grace. A ghost in the green. Full cowling was no longer just a combat technique, it was a method of travel. He flowed over roots and ravines, the green lightning crackling silently around his limbs. Black Whip was an extension of his body, long, dark tendrils lashing out to grip sturdy branches, pulling him up sheer cliff faces or letting him swing across impassable chasms. Danger sense was a constant. Low hum at the base of his skull, a sixth sense that warned him of a hidden pit viper here, a territorial pack of compies there. He was perfectly adapted, a part of the ecosystem. By the second day, the landscape began to change. The lush, broad-leafed trees gave way to hardier, coniferous species. The air grew thinner, cooler. The ground became a treacherous mix of loose rock and volcanic scree. He was leaving the domain of Vila and Rexa, entering a no-man's land. The creatures here were different, adapted to the harsh environment. He evaded a pair of carnivores. Their bull-like charges powerful but clumsy on the uneven terrain. He spent a tense hour frozen in a rock crevice while a pack of smaller, feathered carnivores with sickle claws reminiscent of Vela's raptors, but lacking their intelligence and discipline, hunted nearby, their calls echoing eerily in the thinning air. He pushed himself relentlessly, driven by the urgency of his mission. During a brief rest, huddled by a small, smokeless fire he'd learned to make, he looked out from his vantage point. The island was spread below him like a living map. He could see the dense canopy of the jungle, a vast sea of green. He could just make out the misty rim of the great caldera. And beyond it all, the endless, glittering blue of the ocean. He felt an overwhelming sense of possession, of protectiveness. This was his home now. This brutal, beautiful, savage paradise had given him a purpose when his old world had taken everything away. He wouldn't let it be threatened. He wouldn't let anyone from that old world touch it. On the third day, he broke through the tree line. The world transformed into a stark, alien landscape of black rock, sulfurous yellow stains, and red-hot veins of magma that glowed in the deep fissures. The air was acrid with the smell of brimstone. The peak of the volcano was a jagged crown above him, a plume of gray smoke drifting lazily from its caldera. This was the domain of the Sky Queen. The sound reached him first. A series of sharp, piercing cries that were nothing like the calls of the jungle birds. He looked up. High above, silhouetted against the hazy sky, were winged shapes. Pterodons. They circled on the thermal updrafts rising from the volcano, their massive wingspans catching the air with effortless grace. They were magnificent, larger than any illustration he had ever seen. With long, elegant crests and sharp, spear-like beaks. He began the final, most dangerous part of the climb. The rock faces were near vertical, the handholds brittle and sharp. The wind howled around him, threatening to peel him from the mountain. He relied on Black Whip more than ever, using it as a safety line, anchoring himself as he climbed. Several times, pterodons swooped low to investigate him, their shadows passing over him like fleeting clouds. They were curious, but not aggressive, their cries a sort of challenging inquiry. He was an anomaly, a ground dweller trespassing in their sacred, aerial domain. Finally, exhausted and covered in grime and volcanic dust, he pulled himself over the last ledge and onto a wide, flat plateau just below the main peak. It was a massive rookery. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of pterodons nested here, their leathery wings folded as they tended to their young or perched on rocky outcrops, gazing out at the world below. The air was filled with their calls, a constant, cacophonous symphony. They all turned to look at him. A wave of silence spread through the colony as every reptilian eye fixed on the strange, two-legged creature that had invaded their sanctuary. The air crackled with tension. Then, a shadow fell over him. It was immense, eclipsing the sun. Izuku looked up and his breath caught in his throat. Descending from the sky with a grace that defied her colossal size was the queen. Terra was an order of magnitude larger than her subjects. Her wingspan must have been nearly 80 feet, each wing a vast, leathery sail. Her crest was ornate and majestic, like a crown of bone, scarred with the marks of ancient battles. But it was her eyes that held him. They were ancient, intelligent, and as cold and vast as the sky itself. They held no malice, no aggression, just a profound, unnerving detachment. She landed without a sound, her massive form settling onto the highest point of the plateau. She regarded him for a long moment, her head tilted. The silence was absolute. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. When she spoke, her voice was not a screech or a cry. It was a sound like stones grinding together. Ancient and resonant, a voice that seemed to carry the weight of ages. It was not spoken in words, but he understood it nonetheless, a form of direct, psionic communication that bypassed language entirely. Less than asterisk you climb far, little thing of the ground. You are not prey. You are not a challenger. So you must be a nuisance. State your purpose, before the wind claims you from my mountain. Asterisk greater than. Izuku, panting from the exertion of the climb, straightened his back and met her gaze. He had faced down a T-Rex and outsmarted a pack of velociraptors. He would not be intimidated now. I am Izuku Midoriya. I have come to speak with Terra, the Sky Queen, he projected, focusing his intent, hoping the strange communication was a two-way street. Less than asterisk I am Terra. You are speaking with me. You are also wasting my time. The squabbles of the Dirt Walkers are of no concern to the masters of the sky. The Tyrant Queen breaks bones. The Shadow Queen lays traps. It is the way of things. It is boring. Asterisk greater than. This isn't about clan squabbles, Izuku said, taking a step forward and carefully placing the drone fragments on the ground between them. This is about a threat to the entire island. To all of us. Terra lowered her great head, her immense eye blinking slowly as she examined the pieces of technology. There was a flicker of something in her gaze, not concern, but mild curiosity. The way a scholar might examine a curious beetle. Less than asterisk sky metal, asterisk greater than she projected, the thought echoing Rex's initial assessment, but with a different inflection. Less than asterisk dead. Not of the island. It fell from the great blue void. This has happened before. More will fall. In time, the island swallows them. The rust eats them. They become dirt. It is the way of things. Asterisk greater than. But the ones who sent them are not dead. Izuku pressed, his frustration growing. They will send more. They will send living hunters in metal shells. They will bring fire and poison. They will destroy the jungle, and the sea, and everything you and your flock depend on. They threaten the balance of our entire world. Terra lifted her head, her gaze sweeping out over the vast expanse of the island below, a panorama of green and blue. Less than asterisk I have watched this island for 1,000 seasons, asterisk greater than her thoughts flowed into his mind, imbued with a weariness that felt as old as the mountain itself. Less than asterisk I have watched the land heave and the mountains spew fire. I have watched great storms scour the shores and plagues thin the herds. The island endures. The sky endures. Your kind, asterisk greater than she focused her gaze back on him. And he felt the weight of his own fleeting mortality, less than asterisk as a breath. A blink. You are a loud, brief noise in a long, quiet history. This new threat you speak of. It will pass, or it will not. It does not matter to the wind. It does not matter to the mountain. And it does not matter to me. Leave my sanctuary, ground walker. Your panic is tiresome. Asterisk greater than. With a final, dismissive glance, Terra turned her head away. A clear and undeniable rejection. The other pterodons, taking their cue from their queen, began to stir, their calls resuming, effectively erasing him from their awareness. He was dismissed. Irrelevant. Izuku stood there, the cold wind whipping at his tattered clothes, his heart sinking. Vila was right. Strength and strategy were meaningless here. Terra was unconcerned with the problems of the world below. She was an immovable object, a force of nature as implacable as the volcano she lived on. He had failed. Meanwhile, in Musudafu, Japan, the world Ibara Shiozaki inhabited was one of concrete, steel, and suffocating lies. While Izuku fought for survival in a prehistoric wilderness, she waged a quieter, more insidious war in the heart of civilization. The official story of Izuku Midoriya's betrayal had settled over society like a layer of toxic dust. He was the UA traitor, the boy who had sold them out, his name now a curse whispered by hero and civilian alike. The media had crucified him. The Hero Commission had condemned him, and his own friends, had accepted it. Ibara never had, not for a second. Her faith was not a passive thing, it was a shield and a sword. She believed in the fundamental goodness she had seen in Izuku Midoriya's eyes during the sports festival, the divine spark of self-sacrifice that defined a true hero. The story they had been fed, a deep fake video, a convenient sample of Toga's blood, it was too neat, too perfect. It was a devil's trick, a serpent's lie, and she would not swallow it. Her classmates treated her with a mixture of pity and suspicion. They had mourned, they had raged, and they had moved on, burying the memory of their friend under a mountain of carefully constructed denial. Ibara could not. To do so would be a sin. So she prayed, and she investigated. Her investigation led her not to the shining halls of hero agencies, but to the shadowy corners of the information network. She used her family's church connections, surprisingly vast and discreet, to gain access to a man known only as the Analyst, an information broker who operated out of a cramped, server-filled room in the city's forgotten underbelly. She sat opposite him now, a cup of lukewarm tea steaming between them. The Analyst was a pale, thin man with cybernetic eyes that whirred softly as he scanned the data slates before him. It was a clean job, he said, his voice a synthesized monotone. The video was state-of-the-art deepfake. Layered vocal modulation, micro-expression mapping, it would fool a polygraph, let alone the public. The blood evidence was a masterstroke. Himiko Toga's quirk is a perfect tool for misdirection. The data leak itself was routed through 7 encrypted proxies, but the final exit node was a burner phone geolocated to Midoriya's dorm room. The Hero Public Safety Commission had their villain in a neat little package. But it is a lie, Ibara stated, her voice calm but unshakable. Her green, vine-like hair seemed to rustle with her conviction. There must be a flaw. No human artifice is perfect. Only God's creation is without flaw. The Analyst's cybernetic eyes focused on her. He had seen fanatics before. But the girl from Class 1B was different. Her certainty wasn't loud or aggressive, it was a deep, quiet well. Perfection is not required, he countered. Only plausibility. They had motive, the pressure he was under. They had means, his analytical knowledge. They had opportunity. It was enough. Look again, she urged, pushing a small data chip across the table. It contained her entire savings. Examine the energy logs. The server logs from the UA barrier system on the day of the alleged data transfer. The Analyst sighed, but took the payment. Money was money. He slotted the chip into his console, and lines of code scrolled across a dozen screens. His optical sensors whirred at high speed, processing terabytes of information. For several long minutes, the only sound was the hum of the servers and the faint clicking of his internal processors. Ibara waited, her hands steepled in prayer. Then, the clicking stopped. Well now, the Analyst murmured, a hint of genuine surprise in his synthetic voice. That's interesting. What is it? Ibara leaned forward. The data transfer. It was a massive burst, several gigabytes in under a second. To perform such a transfer, the source device would require a significant power draw. The logs from the UA grid show no such power spike from Midoriya's room. Not even a flicker. Ibara's eyes widened. Quote, so the transfer could not have originated from there. Not impossible, but highly improbable, the Analyst corrected. He could have used a specialized, shielded battery. But here is the true anomaly. I cross-referenced the UA quirk usage logs for that exact timestamp. He turned a screen towards her. It showed a complex graph of energy signatures. This green line is Izuku Midoriya's registered quirk energy output. It's stable. Baseline. He was likely asleep. But look at this. He pointed to a faint, almost invisible spike of purple energy, a signature officially registered to Hitoshi Shinso. A brief, localized burst of electromagnetic energy. Just for a moment, but it was right outside the server room. Shinso-san. Ibara was confused. What does that mean? On its own, nothing. But this specific M frequency is consistent with a high-end signal jamming and spoofing device. Something that could hijack a network connection and make it look like it was coming from somewhere else. Like, for example, a specific dorm room, the analyst explained. It's not proof. It's a ghost, a whisper, but it's a flaw in the perfect story. Someone with sophisticated tech was near the server room during the transfer. Masking their work. It was all Ibara needed. A seed of doubt, a crack in the devil's facade. But it still left the biggest question. If Izuku was innocent, where was he? The official story was that he was in Tartarus, but her sources whispered that was untrue. His name was not on any inmate manifest. He had simply vanished. There's one more thing, the analyst said, pulling up another file. After his sentencing, there was a heavily redacted flight plan for a commissioned transport. Destination classified, but I managed to recover a fragment of the Energy C.G. nature telemetry from the craft's black box before the file was wiped. The craft's final destination was a location that does not officially exist, a dead zone in the Pacific Ocean where all satellite and long-range sensors mysteriously fail. The interesting part is the energy signature of its cargo. It was off the charts. A massive, self-sustaining bioenergy source. The signature matches one pay. RSON and one person only, Izuku Midoriya. He was alive. The realization struck Ibara with the force of a physical blow. They hadn't killed him. They had hidden him. Where? She breathed. I cannot say. But that energy signature of his, it's like a lighthouse in a storm. Normal quirks fluctuate. His is a constant, raging furnace. If one had a sufficiently sensitive sensor and could get past the interference. Ibara stood up, her mind made up. Her path was clear. God had shown her a flaw in the lie and given her a beacon to follow. She didn't know what was in that dead zone in the Pacific, but if Izuku was there, she would find him. Her own quirk, Vines, was a gift, a connection to the life force of the planet. Perhaps, just perhaps, it could feel his. Thank you, she said to the analyst. You have done a holy service. She walked out of the dark room and into the artificial light of the city. A lone green-haired crusader in a world of blind cynics. She would need a ship. She would need a pilot. And she would need a miracle. But Ibara Shiozaki was a woman of profound faith. And she knew, with every fiber of her being, that miracles were simply prayers that were answered. Her journey was just beginning. Back on the volcanic peak, despair was a cold, heavy stone in Izuku's stomach. Terra's dismissal was absolute. He had no more arguments, no more appeals. He had failed his fledgling kingdom. He slumped down onto the rock, the drone fragments feeling useless and pathetic in his hands. He watched the Sky Queen, her majestic form silhouetted against the sky as she preened a wing. Utterly ignoring his existence, the sheer, crushing indifference of the ancient creature was worse than any physical blow. He was about to admit defeat, to begin the long, lonely climb back down the mountain, when a sudden, violent gust of wind tore across the plateau. It was a rogue thermal, a blast of superheated air from the volcano's depths. It kicked up a storm of ash and dust, and sent the younger, less experienced pterodons scrambling for purchase. A high-pitched, panicked cry cut through the chaos. Izuku's head snapped up. One of the nests, perched precariously on the edge of the plateau, had been hit directly by the updraft. A small, fledgling pteranodon, no bigger than a large dog, was thrown from its nest. It tumbled through the air, its undeveloped wings flapping uselessly. A terrified screech echoing its descent into the abyss. Its mother shrieked in despair, a heartbreaking sound of pure agony. She tried to dive after it, but the turbulent air currents threw her back. Terra herself turned, her vast head snapping towards the falling fledgling, a flicker of something, alarm. Distress, finally breaking through her ancient calm. But she was too large, too far away. The fledgling was plummeting, a tiny, helpless speck against the miles of empty air. In that split second, Izuku didn't think. He acted. The boy who had thrown himself at a sludge villain Oh save a friend he couldn't stand was still there, buried beneath the layers of scars and primal rage. The hero's soul, forged in a crucible of selfless sacrifice, ignited. One for all erupted around him. Float. The quirk of Nana Shimura activated, lifting him from the ground. It was a terrifying sensation at this altitude, with nothing but thousands of feet of empty air below. He pushed off the ledge, a green comet against the black rock. The wind tore at him, trying to rip him apart. The fledgling was falling fast. Blackwhip. Dark, powerful tendrils of energy burst from his arms. They weren't grasping for anchors. They were reaching, straining, a desperate lifeline into the void. One tendril whipped out and snagged the fledgling's leg, the contact gentle but firm. The sudden jolt almost tore Izuku's arm from its socket, but he held on, gritting his teeth. He now had the young pteranodon, but they were both still falling, caught in the violent downdraft. He used float to slow their descent, but it was fighting against a hurricane. He needed to get back up. He fired another strand of blackwhip, this time upwards, towards the plateau. It found a hold on a rocky outcrop. With a primal roar, Izuku poured more of one for all into his arm. He began to winch them up, hand over hand, fighting against gravity, against the wind, against the sheer, overwhelming terror of the fall. The fledgling, dangling below him, had stopped screeching and was now looking up at him with wide, intelligent eyes. The final few feet were agony. His muscles screamed, his lungs burned in the thin air. The wind howled, trying to claim them both. But the image of that mother's cry was burned into his mind. He would not fail. With one final, monumental effort, he swung them both up and over the ledge. Collapsing onto the dusty ground of the plateau in a heap, the fledgling safe beside him. The entire rookery was silent. Every single pteranodon, including the queen, had watched the entire heart-stopping event. The mother bird scrambled over, nudging her child, cooing with soft, relieved cries. The fledgling chirped back, shaken but unharmed. Izuku lay on the ground, chest heaving, every muscle trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet. He met the gaze of the Sky Queen. Terra was no longer looking at him with detached indifference. Her ancient eyes, for the first time, held a new light. It was not gratitude, not precisely. It was something deeper. It was understanding. She had just witnessed an act that defied her entire worldview. He, a fleeting ground walker, had risked his own brief existence for one of her young, for no personal gain, for no strategic advantage. He had acted not out of strength or cunning, but out of pure, unadulterated compassion. Less than asterisk you have the heart of a sky dweller, asterisk greater than her voice entered his mind. It was different now, softer, the grinding stones replaced by the whisper of a high-altitude wind. Less than asterisk to risk everything for the sake of the young. It is the most ancient law. The one law that binds the sky, the sea, and the ground together. Asterisk greater than. She took a ponderous step towards him, her immense head lowering until her eye was level with his. Less than asterisk you did not seek to gain my favor with this act. It was instinct. The instinct of a guardian. A king. Asterisk greater than she glanced at the drone fragments, and her perspective had clearly shifted. Less than asterisk your sky metal is not just a nuisance. It is a stone cast into our waters. The ripples will touch every shore. You see this. And now, so do I. Asterisk greater than. I just want to protect my home, Izuku said. His voice raw with emotion and exhaustion. And everyone in it. Less than asterisk a worthy goal, asterisk greater than Terra conceded. Less than asterisk you have won over the earth and the shadow. Now, you have earned the respect of the sky. I will be your ally. Izuku Midoriya, Primal King. Asterisk greater than. She let the title hang in the air, giving it a weight and reality it hadn't had before. Then, she lifted her great head and let out a call. A cry that was not a challenge or a warning, but a command. It echoed across the mountain, a clear, piercing note of regal authority. In response, hundreds of her flock took to the air, their wings catching the wind, forming a vast, swirling vortex of life above the rookery. Less than asterisk my flocks will be your eyes, greater than Terra projected, her voice filled with a newfound power. Less than they will watch the shores, the sea, and the sky. No ship will approach unseen. No machine will trespass without my knowledge. But I offer you more than just sight. I offer you wisdom. Come, there is much you must know about this island. About its heart, and the great and terrible thing that sleeps within it. Greater than. Terra turned and led him towards a sheltered cave behind her nesting perch, the entrance wreathed in steam from a volcanic vent. Izuku, flanked by an honor guard of 2 massive pterodons, followed her. As he entered the warm, dark cavern, Terra began to speak of the island's most ancient secrets. She spoke of a time before the dinosaurs. Of a great living energy that was the island's lifeblood, the heart of the island. And she spoke of its dark counterpart, a creature of unimaginable power and destruction. A primal god of rage that had been sealed deep within the Earth's core millennia ago. A creature they called the Saurian Apex. The whispers on the wind had led him to a terrifying new truth. Drones from the outside world were not the true threat. They were merely the key, fumbling at the lock of a cage that held a monster beyond all comprehension. His war was not just for the survival of his new kingdom, but for the fate of the entire world. And he, the exiled hero, was the only one standing in the way. Chapter 5. The Unbreakable Shield and a Thorny Arrival. The peace that had settled over Izuku Midoriya's small, burgeoning kingdom was a fragile, precious thing. It was a peace earned through blood, sweat, and a fundamental realignment of the island's ancient power structures. It was the quiet hum of Rex's T-Rex clan resting in the afternoon sun, their massive bodies radiating a primal contentment. It was the silent, deadly grace of Vela's raptor packs coordinating their patrols along the borders of their now shared territory, their movements a testament to a newfound unity. And it was the whisper of wind through the giant cycads, a sound Izuku had come to associate with the watchful, ancient eyes of Terra and her pteranodon flocks circling high above. He was sitting on a high ledge overlooking the valley where the Tyrant Queen's caldera met the Shadow Queen's hunting grounds. A neutral space they had designated as the heart of their alliance. The rock was still warm from the midday sun, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth, exotic blossoms, and the distant, briny tang of the sea. One for all thrummed beneath his skin, no longer a frantic, barely contained storm, but a deep, resonant river that flowed in time with the island's own pulse. He had learned to listen to it, to feel the thrum of life in the roots of the trees, the slow, tectonic grind of the mountains, the very breath of the land itself. It was this connection, this profound sense of belonging, that had finally begun to scab over the gaping wounds of his betrayal. He was no longer just a survivor, he was a part of this world, bound to it by a power that was becoming more than just a quirk. He was tracing patterns in the dust with a calloused finger, his mind a quiet swirl of strategic considerations, patrol routes, food stores, the strange metal detritus Terra's scouts kept finding on the northern beaches, when the peace was shattered. It did not begin with a sound, but with a feeling. A deep, sickening lurch in the very bedrock beneath him. The ground trembled, not with the heavy footfalls of a T-Rex, but with a low, grinding vibration that resonated in his bones and made the teeth in his skull ache. It was a groan, the sound of a world in agony. Birds that had been chirping in the canopy fell silent. The lazy drone of oversized insects ceased. An unnatural hush fell over the jungle, heavy and pregnant with dread. Then came the shadow. Izuku looked up, his danger sense screaming a silent, high-pitched alarm in his mind. A colossal shape blotted out the sun. Terra, the Sky Queen, was descending, but not with her usual serene, effortless glide. She was plummeting, her vast wings beating with a frantic, desperate urgency that tore at the air. Her long, crested head was angled downwards, her ancient eyes, usually calm and filled with the wisdom of ages, were now wide with alarm. She landed with a ground-shaking thud that sent dust and pebbles skittering across the ledge. Her landing was clumsy, rushed, a far cry from the regal grace she typically embodied. The wind from her wings was a physical blow, forcing Izuku to brace himself. "Sky Queen," Izuku said, his voice low and steady as he rose to his feet. He had learned that panic was a contagion, and as the linchpin of this alliance, he could not afford to spread it. "What is it? What's wrong?" Terra's great head swiveled towards him, her beak clicking with agitation. Her voice, when it came, was not a spoken language but a complex series of clicks, whistles, and a deep, resonant hum that vibrated directly in Izuku's consciousness, a form of communication he had slowly learned to interpret. The meaning was as clear as a spoken word, colored by layers of primal fear and urgency. The smoking mountain, it weeps fire. The great valley, it will drown in stone and ash. Izuku's blood ran cold. The smoking mountain, the island's single, massive active volcano that loomed over the entire eastern side of Isla Soria. He had always seen it as a distant, slumbering giant, a part of the dramatic landscape. Now, it was awake. And the Great Valley was the only place on the island where the largest herbivore herds congregated, a lush, protected basin renowned for its sheer biomass. As the domain of the last of the four great rulers he had yet to meet, the legendary Shield Queen, Tria. He leapt to the edge of the precipice, following Terra's gaze. In the distance, a thick, gray, psi plume of black smoke was churning into the sky, blotting out the horizon. It rose in a column of impossible height, its top billowing out like a malevolent, gray flower. Even from this distance, he could see the angry, pulsating orange-red glow at its base. A low, continuous roar, like the world's largest furnace, now underpinned the unnatural silence. Rexa, Vila, Izuku roared, his voice amplified by one for all. A crackle of green lightning around his throat. It was a sound that carried, a summons that cut through the jungle's fear-stilled air. Within moments, the ground began to shake with a more familiar, rhythmic thunder. Rexa emerged from the trees below, her massive form a vision of terrifying power. Her head, large enough to swallow a car, lifted, her amber eyes locking onto Izuku. Hot breath plumed from her nostrils. Her mental voice, a projection of pure, dominant will, slammed into his mind. Challenger. The land spirit is angry. I feel its rage. From the shadows, a second, more subtle presence emerged. Vila, flanked by two of her most trusted beta raptors, moved with a liquid grace that belied her lethal nature. She was a blade in the shape of a dinosaur, her intelligent, slit-pupiled eyes taking in the smoke column, Terra's agitated state, and Izuku's grim expression with unnerving speed. Her thoughts were sharp, analytical. This is not a hunt. This is a cataclysm, a tactical impossibility. The valley's inhabitants are doomed. Izuku vaulted down from the ledge, landing in a crouch between the two terrestrial queens. The sheer scale of them, of Rex's raw mass and Vela's coiled lethality, no longer intimidated him. They were his allies, his family. Terra says the volcano is erupting. The Great Valley is in the path of the lava flow, Izuku stated, foregoing any preamble. We have to help them. Rexa let out a deep, rumbling snort, a sound of profound skepticism. The grass eaters, Tria's herd, they are prey. The law of the claw dictates that the strong survive. If their time has come, it has come. Why should we risk our clans for them? Tria has never shown us courtesy. She sees my people as monsters and yours as vermin. Vila tilted her head, a gesture of cold curiosity. The tyrant queen is unsubtle, but her logic is sound. Tria, the shield queen of the Triceratops, is notoriously proud and xenophobic. She views all carnivores as threats. An alliance is impossible. She would sooner gore you than accept your help. I don't care. Izuku's voice was iron. He met Rex's massive eye, then Vela's, his own gaze burning with a green fire. That had nothing to do with One for All. It was the pure, unadulterated fire of the hero he used to be, now tempered into the unshakable will of the king he was becoming. I don't care if she's proud. I don't care if she hates us. There are thousands of lives in that valley. Young ones, families. They are a part of this island, and as long as I am here, I will not stand by and watch anyone die if I can prevent it. That is my law. The words hung in the air, a direct challenge to Rex's ancient creed. For a moment, the tyrant queen's jaw tensed, the massive muscles along her mandible flexing. She could have ended this alliance. This strange experiment, right there with a single word. But then, she looked at the small, green-haired mammal standing before her, a creature of impossible power and even more impossible conviction. She remembered the way he had fought her champion, not with malice, but with honor. The way he had shattered the armored death's shell to protect her territory. He was not a predator in the way she understood it. He was something else. Something more. Your law is strange, Rexa finally rumbled. But your spirit is strong. My clan will follow you into the fire. Vila let out a series of sharp, chittering clicks. Your compassion is a tactical liability, Izuku Midoriya. But it is also your greatest strategic asset. It binds others to you in a way fear cannot. My packs will move. Tell us the plan. Relief, sharp and profound, washed through Izuku, but he didn't let it show. He turned back to Terra. Is there a way out for them? An escape route? Terra shook her great, crested head. The valley has one primary exit, a wide canyon to the south. The river of fire flows towards it. It will be cut off within the hour. The northern cliffs are too steep for the herds to climb. They are trapped. A map of the eastern territories, painstakingly pieced together from Terra's scouting reports and his own explorations, flashed in Izuku's mind. The Great Valley, the southern canyon exit, the northern cliffs. He saw it all, and he saw the river. There was a large river, the Great Basin River, that flowed west of the valley, separated from it by a massive ridge of ancient, weathered rock. A natural dam. An idea, insane and terrifyingly dangerous, began to form. A plan that would require the perfect synthesis of all their strengths. There isn't a way out, Izuku said, his voice ringing with a newfound authority that commanded the attention of 3 prehistoric queens. So we're going to make one. He looked at Rexa. I need your strength. The west, RN Ridge. It's weaker near the old rockslide. Can your clan smash a new path through it? Rex's eyes gleamed with a ferocious joy. The prospect of such a monumental act of destruction was appealing. It will be done. We will break the mountain itself for you. He turned to Vila. Once the path is open, the herds will panic. They'll stampede. They'll crush each other. I need your raptors. I need you to guide them. Use your speed, your intelligence. Create a controlled evacuation. Protect the young. Keep the herds moving together. Vela's tail twitched, her mind already running through the complex logistics of herding multi-ton. Terrified herbivores. It was a challenge worthy of her skills. A dance of shadows and fear. We accept. Terra. Izuku looked up at the Sky Queen. I need you in the air. You are our eyes. Coordinate us. Report on the lava's advance. Tell us where the pressure is building. Be my command center. Terra dipped her head in a solemn nod. The flock will be the wind beneath your will. What is your part in this, Primal King? Rexa rumbled, her voice laced with genuine curiosity. Izuku looked towards the smoke-choked horizon, at the angry red glow that was growing brighter with every passing second. He could feel the power of one for all gathering in his limbs, a familiar, exhilarating hum. The lava flow is the problem. Smashing a new path won't matter if the fire gets there first, he said. His voice grim. Terra, the Great Basin River, it runs along the other side of that western ridge, doesn't it? Held back by a natural rock dam. Yes, Terra confirmed. Ancient and vast. That's my target, Izuku said, a wild, determined light in his eyes. I'm going to buy us time. I'm going to punch a hole in the world and give that river a new direction. He was going to divert a river to fight a volcano. The sheer, mad audacity of the plan silenced even the queens for a moment. It was a plan born of desperation, power, and the unshakable belief that no thing was impossible if it meant saving lives. Let's move, Izuku commanded. There isn't a second to waste. The race against the apocalypse had begun. The journey to the Great Valley was a descent into a primal vision of hell. The ground shook constantly, and the air grew thick and hot, tasting of sulfur and burning stone. A fine, gritty ash began to fall, coating the lush green foliage in a uniform, deathly gray. The sounds of the jungle were gone, replaced by the terrified shrieks of smaller creatures and the ceaseless, deafening roar of the volcano. Izuku ran at the head of the war party, a beacon of green energy cutting through the gray landscape. Full Cowling was active, lightning crackling from his body, his feet barely seeming to touch the ground. To his right, Rexa and a dozen of her largest T-Rex warriors crashed through the undergrowth, their footfalls like artillery strikes. To his left, Vila and her raptor packs flowed through the trees like a silent, gray river of muscle and claw. Above, Terra's flock were dark specks against the smoke-filled sky. They moved with a terrifying, unified purpose, an impossible army of predator and human, united against the wrath of the planet itself. Fleeing dinosaurs, Gallimimus, Pachycephalosaurus, smaller raptor species not allied with Vila, scattered before their advance, their instinctual fear of the apex predators overrid by the greater terror of the eruption. As they drew closer, they saw the first signs of the lava. It was a creeping, incandescent monster, a river of liquid rock that glowed with an internal, malevolent light. It moved slower than he'd imagined, but with an inexorable, unstoppable power, consuming everything in its path. Trees burst into flames with a tortured hiss upon contact. The ground itself blackened and cracked before it. The heat was a physical wall, washing over them in waves. Terra's voice echoed in his mind, sharp with urgency. The main flow has reached the southern canyon. The trap is sprung. The herds are in a panic. They crested a ridge and the great valley spread out before them. It was a sight of breathtaking chaos. Thousands upon thousands of herbivores were stampeding in a swirling, terrified mass. The ground was a sea of armored backs, horns, and frills. He saw herds of majestic triceratops, their great heads lowered, lumbering, armored ankylosaurs, graceful parasaurolophus. Their crests blaring notes of pure panic. They were running blindly, trampling their own in their desperation, trapped by the impassable cliffs on one side and the approaching wall of fire on the other. And standing firm against the tide of her own panicking people, on a small rise near the center of the valley, was a figure of immense power and presence. It was a triceratops, but one that dwarfed all others. Her frill was scarred with the marks of countless battles, her three horns were long and sharp as spears, and her eyes, even from this distance, blazed with furious, unyielding defiance. Her hide was a deep, earthy brown, and she radiated an aura of unshakable solidity. This had to be Tria, the Shield Queen. She was not running. She was roaring, a deep, booming sound of command, trying to rally her herd. To form them into a defensive circle. It was a futile gesture against the primal fear of the eruption, but it was a gesture of a true queen, a protector to her very core. She would die with her people, a living shield to the very end. Izuku knew he couldn't waste time on diplomacy. Action was the only language this world truly respected. Rexa, now, he yelled over the din. The western ridge, break it. Rexa needed no further encouragement. With a roar that challenged the volcano itself, she veered away, leading her clan in a thundering charge towards the spot Izuku had indicated on their mental map. Vila, get ready. The moment that wall comes down, they're going to bolt for it. Vila and her raptors fanned out, melting into the gray, ash-dusted foliage, positioning themselves to flank the impending escape route. They were wolves ready to herd the sheep, albeit sheep that weighed 10 tons each. Izuku's path was clear. He had to get to Tria, to make her understand. And then he had to get to the river. He shot forward, a green comet against the gray devastation. He used Blackwhip to sling himself over the heads of the panicking herbivores, his body a blur of motion. He landed not far from the rise where Tria stood, the ground shaking as a panicked Stegosaurus nearly trampled him. He approached the Shield Queen, his hands held up in a universal gesture of peace. Though he doubted it would mean anything to her. Tria saw him. Her head, a massive fortress of bone and horn, swung to face him. Her eyes narrowed with hate and suspicion. A low, dangerous growl rumbled in her chest. Her thoughts, unlike Rex's or Vela's, were not a clear projection, but a wave of pure, unadulterated emotion that crashed against his mind. Predator. Monster. You come to pick at the bones of my people in our final moments. I will grind you into the ash you stand on. She lowered her head, her central horn, at least 6 feet of solid, sharpened bone, aimed directly at his chest. Wait, Izuku yelled, holding his ground. Running would only confirm her assessment of him. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help. From the west, a sound like 1,000 simultaneous cracks of thunder split the air. It was Rex's clan, slamming their immense, reinforced skulls into the rock wall. The entire valley shuddered with the impacts. Tria's head snapped towards the sound, her eyes widening in fury. The tyrant beast, you lead them here, a pincer of death. No, Izuku shouted, taking a step forward. She's making you a way out. We're trying to save you. Another series of titanic impacts echoed from the ridge. This time, it was followed by the groaning, grating sound of shearing rock. A massive fissure appeared in the cliff face, spider webbing outwards. Tria was torn. her protective instincts screaming at the presence of so many predators, but the undeniable sound of a potential escape route was a seed of desperate hope. "Please," Izuku's voice softened, but lost none of its intensity. He looked past her, at the small, terrified Triceratops calves huddled behind her legs, their frills still soft and undeveloped. "Let us help you. Let me protect your children." It was those last words that seemed to break through her wall of rage. Protect my children. It was the core of her entire existence, the foundational tenet of her rule. To hear it from this strange, two-legged predator, whose eyes held not hunger, but a desperate, burning sincerity, was profoundly disorienting. With a final, cataclysmic crack, a huge section of the western cliff face gave way. Rock and dust exploded outwards as Rexa and her clan burst through, creating a new, wide canyon leading out of the valley. The effect on the trapped herds was instantaneous. A new focal point of hope. They began to turn, a chaotic wave of flesh and horn, surging towards the new opening. But it was a blind, panicked rush. This was Vela's moment. Her raptors burst from the trees, not attacking, but nipping at the heels of the larger herbivores, barking sharp commands, their bodies a living funnel. They were terrifying, but their actions were controlled, directional. They forced the stampede into a more orderly, if still frantic, flow, preventing the smaller dinosaurs from being trampled and guiding the massive column of life towards Rex's breach. Tria watched, utterly stunned. The Tyrant Queen was holding the pass open, bellowing at her own clan to stay back, to not attack the fleeing prey. The Shadow Queen's pack was acting as shepherds, protecting the very creatures they usually hunted. It was impossible. It was a violation of the natural order of the island. And at the center of it all was this small, green-haired being. Izuku didn't wait for her permission. His own task was paramount. "Get your people through," he yelled to her, before turning and sprinting towards the newly breached wall. He scaled the jagged rock, his feet finding purchase where there should have been none. One for all pulsed, sending strength through his limbs. He reached the top of the ridge, and the sight below stole his breath. On one side, the Valley of Ash and Panic. On the other, the Great Basin River, a wide, powerful body of water, flowing peacefully, oblivious to the catastrophe just a few hundred feet away. Separating them was the natural dam, a thick wall of rock and earth, a kilometer long. And the lava was coming. He could see the main flow, a brilliant orange-red serpent, slithering out of the southern canyon and beginning to spread across the valley floor. It was moving faster now on the flat terrain. He estimated they had minutes. He ran along the top of the dam, searching for the weakest point. Terra's mental voice guided him. "There, little king. A fracture from an ancient earthquake, halfway along its length. The heart is weakest there." He found it. A series of deep, vertical fissures. This was it. There would be no second chances. He planted his feet, sinking into a wide, powerful stance that All Might had drilled into him a lifetime ago. The familiar posture felt alien and comforting at the same time. He was no longer that boy, but the foundations remained. "One for all," he whispered, the words a prayer to the ghosts in his blood. The energy began to build, not just from within him, but drawn from the world around him. He could feel the latent power in the ancient rock beneath his feet, the life force of the great river, the defiant energy of the thousands of creatures he was trying to save. It all flowed into him. A torrential tide of primal power that dwarfed anything he had ever wielded before. The green lightning around him intensified, turning from a crackle to a solid, roaring aura of emerald flame. The air itself seemed to vibrate, the ash particles dancing around him in an electrified haze. His muscles screamed under the strain, his bones groaning. This was beyond 100%. This was everything. The power of the vestiges. The power of the island, his own desperate will, all focused into a single point in his right arm. For them, he thought, a flash of his mother's face, of All Might's smile, of his former classmates. Replaced by the image of Rex's respectful nod, Vela's sharp intelligence, Terra's ancient wisdom, and the terrified eyes of a baby Triceratops. His new family, his new people, Delaware. He drew his arm back, the movement feeling impossibly slow, as if he were pulling it through setting concrete. The air pressure dropped, a vacuum forming around his fist. Smash! He punched forward. It was not the sharp crack of his usual smashes. It was a deep, world-breaking boom that was felt more than it was heard. The air itself shattered. A cone of pure, destructive force, visible as a distortion in the very fabric of reality, slammed into the dam. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a tortured groan, the ancient rock gave way. The fissures he had targeted exploded outwards. The entire dam seemed to flex, to bulge, and then it simply disintegrated. 100-meter-wide section of the rock wall vanished, pulverized into dust and gravel by a force that defied physics. The Great Basin River, freed from its ancient prison, hesitated for a second before surging through the gap with a roar that dwarfed the volcanoes. A wall of water, brown with silt and white with foam, crashed into the great valley. Izuku was thrown back by the sheer force of the blast wave, his body tumbling through the air. He used Black Whip to snag an outcropping, his arm nearly ripping from its socket as he arrested his fall. He hung there, his entire right arm a throbbing agony of shattered bones and torn muscles, watching the result of his gambit. The flood did not hit the fleeing herds. He had aimed it perfectly. The water crashed into the valley and immediately turned, following the path of least resistance, directly into the path of the advancing lava flow. Water and fire met in a titanic elemental collision. An immense cloud of steam erupted, a roiling, gray explosion that shot thousands of feet into the air with a continuous, deafening hiss. The front of the lava flow was quenched, solidifying into a jagged, black wall of new obsidian. The water, superheated, continued to surge past it, creating a protective moat of steam and boiling mud between the fire and the escape route. He had done it. He had bought them the time they needed. Slowly, painfully, he hauled himself back onto the ridge. The evacuation was proceeding, now shielded by the steam wall. Rex's clan stood like stone sentinels, ensuring the pass remained clear. Vela's raptors were now at the rear of the column, nipping at the heels of the stragglers, forcing them to keep moving. And at the head of the great exodus, organizing her own herd with renewed vigor, was Tria. She paused at the entrance to the new canyon, turning her great head back to look up at the ridge. She saw the small, broken figure silhouetted against the steam and the volcanic glow. He had stood as a shield for her people. This predator, this outsider, had wielded the power of a god to save them. In that moment, her hatred, her pride, and her prejudice were washed away by a flood of profound, overwhelming respect. Tria, the shield queen of the Great Valley, whose allegiance had never been given to any but her own kind, lowered her massive, horned head in a deep, reverent bow. She then turned and bellowed a command to her people, her message a clear wave of emotion sent across the valley: follow the king. The primal king has saved us. Izuku watched them go, a wave of exhaustion hitting him so hard his vision swam with black spots. His arm was a useless, mangled wreck, but a small, weary smile touched his lips. He had saved them. He hadn't lost anyone. It was then, as the last of the herds cleared the valley and the immediate crisis subsided, that a new star appeared in the smoke-choked sky. It was a point of light, moving too fast, too erratically to be a star or one of Terra's flock. It was descending, trailing smoke and flame of its own, an unnatural fire against the volcano's glow. Danger sense, which had been a dull throb, spiked into a sharp, piercing alarm. This was not of the island. It was metal. It was from the outside world. Little King, Terra's voice screamed in his mind. A metal bird falls from the sky. It is wounded. It will crash on the southern coast. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. The drones he'd seen were one thing, unmanned, observational. But this was larger, trailing fire. It was a ship, a manned vessel. Rexa and Vela, their duties complete, joined him on the ridge, their eyes also fixed on the falling object. More of the metal men. Rexa growled, a deep-seated anger in her tone. Have they come to wage war in the aftermath of our struggle? Its trajectory is uncontrolled, Vela observed, her head cocked. It is damaged, not an invasion, an accident, or a desperate flight. We have to get there, Izuku grunted, forcing himself to his feet. His mangled arm hung uselessly at his side. The pain was immense, but the adrenaline and the new mystery pushed it to the back of his mind. Terra, led us. The journey to the southern coast was a blur of grim determination. They moved through the jungle, a strange procession of king and queens, leaving the now safe herbivores to regroup in the western plains. The falling star grew larger, resolving into a distinct, albeit damaged, shape. It was a small, high-tech transport vessel, clearly not standard military issue. It looked more like a private, experimental craft. One of its engines was on fire, and it was spiraling downwards in a long, desperate arc. It crashed less than a mile ahead of them. The sound was a horrific shriek of tortured metal, followed by a crump and the sound of splintering trees. A new plume of black smoke, chemical and foul-smelling, rose to join the volcano's ash cloud. They approached the crash site cautiously. The vessel had plowed a deep scar through the jungle before coming to rest against a cluster of giant, granite-like rock formations. It was a wreck, its fuselage torn open, sparks flickering from exposed wiring. Rexa let out a low growl, her nostrils flaring at the acrid smell of burning fuel and melted plastic. Vela's raptors fanned out, creating a perimeter, their claws clicking softly on the rock. Izuku moved forward, his good hand glowing faintly with green energy, ready for a fight. Who could be on board? Heroes sent to recapture him. Villains drawn to the island's energy. The possibilities raced through his mind, each one more grim than the last. The ship's main ramp had been torn half off, resting at a crooked angle to the ground. As they watched, a sound came from within the wreckage, a groan of metal, and then, a figure appeared in the mangled opening, silhouetted against the internal fires. The figure was tall, slender, and stumbled forward. Clearly injured, they collapsed onto the ramp, sliding part of the way down before catching themselves. Izuku's breath hitched. His heart felt like it had stopped in his chest. Every muscle in his body locked. It couldn't be. It was impossible. A trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and pain. The figure pushed themselves up, stepping out of the smoke and into the gray, ashen light of the Ilosaurian afternoon. It was a girl. Her long hair, a unique and unforgettable shade of pale green, was braided were those vines. Her clothes were torn and smudged with soot. But he recognized the familiar, modest style of her attire. She leaned heavily against the railing, her breathing ragged, but her eyes were scanning the jungle with a look of desperate, unwavering faith. It was Ibara Shiozaki. Of all the people in the world, of all the faces from his past, it was her. The quiet, pious girl from Class 1B. The one whose faith was as much a part of her as her quirk. Izuku's mind, which had just orchestrated a multi-species, continent-altering disaster relief effort, went completely blank. He could not process what he was seeing. Rexa and Vela felt his sudden, cataclysmic emotional shift, a wave of shock and disbelief so profound it momentarily stunned them into silence. Ibara's eyes swept the jungle treeline, searching, praying. And then they found him. Her gaze locked with his. For a moment, she just stared. Her expression shifted from desperation to stunned disbelief, then to overwhelming, tear-filled relief. A sob escaped her lips, a sound of pure, cathartic release. Midoriya. Her voice was a choked whisper, but in the sudden quiet of the jungle, it carried like a bell. It really is you. I knew it. The energy signature. I prayed, and he answered. She took a stumbling step forward, her legs threatening to give out. Izuku was frozen, a statue carved from shock. This was a ghost, a phantom a life that felt like it had belonged to someone else, 100 years ago. He remembered the trial, the accusations, the faces of his friends twisted in doubt and anger. But Ibara, she hadn't been there. He'd heard later, through a stray comment from a guard, that she had been one of the few, perhaps the only one, to publicly and vocally protest the verdict, to state that a soul as pure as Izuku, Midoriya's was incapable of such a betrayal, an act that had earned her severe censure from the Hero Commission. He had thought it was just a rumor. And now she was here. She had crossed the most dangerous, forbidden waters on the planet. She had crashed on a prehistoric island ruled by monsters. For him. Because she believed. The silence was broken by Rexa, whose massive head lowered, her amber eye the size of a dinner plate, examining the strange, new, fragile-looking creature. Izuku, her thought rumbled, laced with suspicion and a fierce protectiveness. What is this? Another from your broken world? Is she friend, or foe? Izuku couldn't answer. He couldn't think. All the hardness he had cultivated, the shell of the primal king he had built around his shattered heart, cracked. The grief, the loneliness, the profound, Aching sense of loss he had mercilessly suppressed for months, erupted to the surface. He took a single, shuddering step forward. Then another. He broke into a run, heedless of his mangled arm. Of the queens watching in stunned silence, of the impossible reality of the situation. He saw not a classmate, but a lifeline. A tangible link to his own humanity, which he feared he was beginning to lose. He saw the one person in all the world who had not lost faith. Shiozaki. He breathed, his voice breaking, the sound raw and fragile. It was the voice of Izuku Midoriya, the boy, not the primal king. She met him halfway, her own pained limp turning into a desperate, stumbling run. They collided in the clearing between the wreckage and the jungle's edge. He caught her with his good arm, holding her up as her legs finally gave way. She clung to him, her face buried in his chest, her body trembling with sobs of relief and exhaustion. He held her, his own tears, hot and unfamiliar, finally breaking free. They streamed down his face, cutting clean paths through the layers of ash and grime. Flanked by a tyrant queen and a shadow queen, with a shield N newly sworn to him and a sky queen circling overhead, surrounded by the ruins of his old life and the foundations of his new one, the primal king of Isla Soria wept. His isolation was over. He was not entirely alone. A single, thorny vine of hope from his old world had just taken root in the rich, volcanic soil of his new one. Chapter 6. A Kingdom of Green and Fang. The world after the fire was one of steam and silence. A heavy, wet mist clung to the ground, born from the meeting of a diverted river and cooling lava. It swirled around the trunks of petrified ferns and coiled through the canyons Rex's clan had carved, muffling sound and turning the familiar, vibrant jungle into a landscape of gray ghosts. The immediate danger had passed, but the air was thick with the scent of wet ash, superheated rock, and the ozone tang of Izuku Midoriya's spent power. He stood on a newly formed obsidian ridge, his body a map of aches and exhaustion, looking down at the great valley where Tria's herds were slowly, cautiously settling. They were safe. That was all that mattered. Beside him, a presence that was both achingly familiar and startlingly new, stood Ibara Shiozaki. Her green, vine-like hair was matted with soot and sea salt, her simple, torn clothes offering little protection from the primal chill of the island. Yet, she stood with an unshakable solidity, her hand resting gently on his arm. The contact was a grounding wire, connecting the raging storm of his new self, the primal king in waiting, to the memory of the boy he had once been. Her presence was a miracle, a prayer, answered in a way he had never dared to imagine. It was also a complication of a magnitude he was only just beginning to grasp. The ground trembled, not from any geological upset, but from the deliberate, thunderous footsteps of approaching royalty. Through the mist, 4 silhouettes emerged, each a distinct embodiment of the island's savage majesty. Rexa came first, her massive head held high, MBER eyes glowing with a proprietary fire as she looked from Izuku to the small, soft creature beside him. Behind her, silent as a wraith, came Vila, her lithe, feathered form moving with a predator's grace. Her intelligent eyes missing nothing. Tria, vast and solid as a living mountain, anchored the group, her frill bearing fresh scars from falling embers, her gaze a mixture of profound gratitude and deep-seated caution. And circling high above, a shadow against the gray sky before descending to land on a high precipice, was Terra, her ancient gaze sweeping over the scene with the weight of ages. The 4 queens of Isla Soria had come to assess the newcomer. Izuku. Rex's voice was a low rumble, the sound of boulders grinding together. It was a sound he had come to associate with respect, with alliance. But now, it was laced with a hard, questioning edge. Her enormous snout gestured toward Ibara. What is this? The word, this, was dismissive, clinical. It classified Ibara not as a person, but as an object. An anomaly that had washed up on their shores. Izuku felt a protective surge, his muscles tensing. One for all, now a constant, low hum beneath his skin, flickered with green light around his fists. Her name is Ibara Shiozaki, he said, his voice steady, betraying none of the turmoil within. She is a friend. From my former life. Vila stepped forward, circling them slowly, her head cocked. Her scent pits flared, taking in the alien smells of synthesized fabric, soap, and the faint, lingering scent of the ship's fuel. She smells of the metal world, the raptor queen hissed, her voice a sharp, cutting whisper. Her scent is wrong. She is soft, breakable. Why is she here? She came for me, Izuku stated simply. It was the truth, and in this world of primal truths, it was the only answer that mattered. Tria shifted her immense weight, her voice a deep, resonant bass that vibrated through the soles of their feet. We owe you a debt that cannot be repaid, Izuku. The herds of the Great Valley live because of you and your allies. But Tria's gaze on Ibara was not unkind, but it was deeply worried. She is an unknown. This island, it does not suffer the weak. Her presence could bring imbalance. Or worse, it could draw more of your kind here. More ships, more fire. The fear in her voice was palpable. For all their power, the dinosaurs of Isla Soria were fiercely territorial and insular. The outside world, which Izuku represented, was a source of fear and destruction. And Ibara was a fresh, living symbol of that world. Before Izuku could formulate a defense, Ibara herself stepped forward. She bowed her head slightly, a gesture of respect that was so foreign, so utterly human, that it caused the queens to pause. Rexa snorted, a plume of hot air misting in the cool morning. I understand your concerns. Ibara's voice was soft, yet it carried a strange resonance, a calm that stood in stark contrast to the savage power surrounding her. I am an outsider here. I do not know your laws, your ways. But I am not a threat. And I am not weak. Rexa let out a short, sharp bark of a laugh. Not weak. You are flesh and bone, little one. My youngest hatchling could snap you in two. Strength here is measured in the blood you can spill, the territory you can hold. What can you possibly offer? It was the ultimate challenge, the core question of their society. What is your worth? What is your strength? Izuku opened his mouth to intervene, to declare her under his protection, but Ibara placed a gentle hand on his chest, stopping him. Her green eyes, filled with an unwavering faith that had crossed an ocean to find him, met his. Let me, they seemed to say. She turned her attention from the queens to the valley below. The evacuation had been frantic. A desperate stampede to escape the lava. While Tria's herd had formed the core, countless other creatures had fled with them. Hadrosaurs, Gallimimus, even smaller armored dinosaurs. Many were injured. Izuku could see several triceratops with severe burns on their flanks, their thick hides blistered and raw. A young Parasaurolophus lay on its side, its leg bent at an unnatural angle. Its panicked cries echoing faintly up the ridge. The dinosaur healers, such as they were, did their best with mud poultices and specific herbs, but their knowledge was limited. Ibara walked to the edge of the ridge, her bare feet silent on the cooling rock. She closed her eyes, her hands clasped before her as if in prayer. My strength is not of tooth or claw, she whispered, more to the island than to the queens. My strength is of life itself. The air grew still. The very mist seemed to hold its breath. Then, from Ibara's hair, two thin, thorny vines slithered down her back and into the thin, ashen soil at her feet. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the ground around her began to pulse with a soft, green light. The light spread, flowing down the side of the ridge like a silent, emerald river. Where it touched, life erupted. Tiny, moss-like growths sprouted on the black rock, covering it in a verdant carpet. The vines in the ground grew, thickening at an impossible rate, burrowing deep into the earth. Down in the valley, the true miracle began. The green energy washed over the wounded. The triceratops with the burns suddenly found their wounds being covered by a lattice of thick, leafy vines. The leaves secreted a clear, cool sap that sizzled on the burns, soothing the pain instantly. The great beasts grunted in surprise and relief. The young Parasaurolophus with the broken leg cried out as thick, pliable vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around its limb with gentle precision, pulling the bone back into place and hardening into a living splint. All across the valley, smaller cuts were sealed. Exhaustion was eased, and a sense of profound peace began to settle over the terrified survivors. But Ibara wasn't finished. The ground in the valley, compacted and barren from the stampede, was now being aerated by her burrowing roots. New shoots of ferns, cycads, and flowering plants burst forth, providing immediate, nutrient-rich fodder for the starving herbivores. The river, still flowing in its new channel, was suddenly flanked by fast-growing, water-purifying reeds. In the span of minutes, she was not just healing the inhabitants, she was healing the land itself. Finally, with a soft sigh, Ibara opened her eyes. The green light receded, though its effects remained. The valley floor was now a tapestry of new life. She looked tired, her shoulders slumped slightly. But her eyes were bright. The queens were silent, utterly, completely silent. Rex's jaw, capable of crushing bone to powder, hung slightly agape. Vela's analytical mind was early struggling to process what it had just witnessed. Terra, from her perch, let out a soft, wondering caw. It was Tria who moved first. The massive shield queen took a ponderous step forward, then another. She walked to the edge of the ridge and looked down at her herd, at her kin, now resting peacefully, their wounds being tended by a force of nature she couldn't comprehend. She turned her massive, horned head back to Ibara, and for the first time, Izuku saw something other than caution in her eyes. It was awe, deep, profound awe. She lowered her head until her central brow horn almost touched the ground before Ibara. A gesture of ultimate respect from a creature of unimaginable power. You are a healer. Tria's voice was filled with reverence. A life giver, a shield for the herd, in a way I never thought possible. Vela was the next to speak, her sharp mind having finished its calculations. She looked at the strategic implications. The speed, the control, she hissed, a new respect in her tone. You could create fortifications, obscure our movements, create traps. Your strength is a weapon of tactical brilliance. Rexa was the last. She stared at Ibara, her amber eyes narrowed. No longer with suspicion, but with a dawning understanding. She had defined strength by the ability to take life and hold territory. Ibara had just demonstrated the ability to give Fei and create territory from barren rock. It was a power so fundamentally different, so alien to her worldview, that it completely upended her definition of strength itself. The law of the claw is to protect the territory, Rexa rumbled. Her voice a declaration. You protected it. You restored it. Your place is earned. Izuku let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. He looked at Ibara, who gave him a small, weary smile. She hadn't just earned her place. She had fundamentally changed the way the queens of this island viewed the world. She had become an entirely new form of power in their savage equation. The heart of their burgeoning kingdom had just arrived. The days that followed were a whirlwind of integration and consolidation. With the queen's acceptance, Ibara's place was no longer questioned. But her abilities were constantly called upon. She worked tirelessly, her quirk, supercharged by the island's primal life force, proving to be even more versatile than she had ever dreamed. Under Tria's grateful guidance, she revitalized entire swaths of the Great Valley, ensuring there would be enough grazing for generations. For Vela, she wove intricate, living watchtowers in the jungle canopy. Seamlessly integrated into the trees, providing the raptor packs with untouchable vantage points. At Rex's request, she reinforced the walls of the great caldera with ironwood vines and created natural, self-repairing barriers at key defensive positions. Her greatest project, however, became their new home. Near the base of Terra's volcanic peaks, nestled in a valley. Where the territories of the four queens converged, was a cluster of colossal, ancient trees that dwarfed even the redwoods of Izuku's old world. Here, Ibara began to weave their capital. It wasn't built, but grown. Great, living halls rose from the earth, their walls a lattice of hardened wood and flowering vines. Bridges of woven branches connected the massive trees, creating walkways high above the jungle floor. She grew chambers for Izuku and herself, and vast, open-air roosts and dens for the queens and their chosen honor guards. It was a place of impossible beauty, a city of green and fang that pulsed with the very life of the island. They began to call it Evilgard, a name Izuku suggested, meaning noble enclosure, which Terra had translated into the ancient draconic tongue of the island. During this time, Izuku found himself in a new role, a diplomat. He was the Nexus, the only one who truly understood both the primal queens and the gentle, faithful Ibara. The five of the would meet in the heart of the growing Evilgard, a great, open chamber around the base of the central tree, and discuss the future. The emotional dynamics were complex, a delicate dance he had to lead. One evening, as the twin moons of Isla Soria began their ascent, casting a silver and blue light over the jungle, He sat with Rexa alone on a high balcony overlooking her territory. The Tyrant Queen was quiet, watching her clan settle for the night. "She makes you soft," Rexa said without preamble, her voice a low growl. Izuku didn't deny it. "In some ways, yes," he admitted. "She reminds me of kindness. Of a time before I had to be this." He gestured to himself, to the hardened muscle, the scars, the cold resolve in his eyes. "But Rexa, you saw what she did. Her softness saved Tria's entire lineage. Is that not a form of strength you can respect?" Rexa was silent for a long moment, the only sound the distant calls of nocturnal predators. "When I first saw you, you were rage and lightning. A force to be broken or to be followed. I understood that. Her power, it is quiet. It builds. It does not challenge, yet it changes everything. It is unsettling. Its balance," Izuku said, finally understanding it himself. "You are my strength. Vila is my cunning. Tria is my shield. Terra is my wisdom. But Ibara, she is my heart. A king needs all of those things to rule, doesn't he?" Rexa turned her massive head, her amber eye fixing him with an intense stare. The statement was possessive. My strength, my cunning, and it solidified his claim on them in a way no challenge ever could. A slow, fearsome smile spread across her maw, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth. "A wise answer, little king. You learn the ways of this world quickly." His conversation with Vila was different. A game of intellectual chess amidst the shadowy jungle floor. She saw Ibara not as an emotional component, but as a strategic asset of unparalleled value. Her ability to manipulate the flora is a logistical miracle. Vila hissed as they tracked a rival pack of Deinonychus near their border. "Scent trails can be masked. Ambushes can be grown from bare earth. Our food supply is now limited only by our ability to protect it. She has revolutionized warfare on this island without ever drawing a single drop of blood. My initial assessment of her was flawed. I saw a liability. I failed to see the system she could create. She doesn't see it as a weapon, Vila," Izuku reminded her gently, leaping silently over a fallen log. "That is her weakness, and your strength," Vila countered immediately. "You understand how to wield it. You can direct her creation toward our strategic goals. Together, you are not two beings. You are a symbiotic weapon system. The most powerful this island has ever seen." Izuku wasn't entirely comfortable with that assessment, but he couldn't deny its truth. Ibara's gentle power, guided by his tactical mind and backed by the might of the other queens, was a force that could truly unite the island. The outside world, however, had not forgotten them. Terra's flocks, his eyes in the sky, brought disturbing news. The wreckage of Ibara's ship was not the only metal scar on their shores. On the far eastern coast, a place of treacherous reefs and jagged cliffs, another vessel had arrived. Larger, military. From Terra's aerial descriptions, it was a landing craft. And it had disgorged machines and personnel. Izuku, Ibara, and the queens gathered around a large, flat stone where Terra's lead scout, a grizzled old pteranodon named Sky Eye, used his tallow and to sketch what he'd seen in a patch of wet sand. "Metal shells move on their own," Sky Eye screeched, his voice raspy with age. "Men in black armor carry thunder sticks. They do not hunt. They do not forage. They dig." He drew a strange symbol he had seen on their equipment, a stylized, four-pointed star with a circle in the middle. Izuku's blood ran cold. He didn't recognize the symbol, but the description, organized, technologically advanced, and focused on a single, strange goal, screamed of a professional operation. This wasn't a rescue mission. It was an invasion. "They are drilling," Izuku breathed, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. "Terra, you spoke of the heart of the island. Of the Saurian apex sealed below. Is this eastern coast near any place of power?" Terra tilted her head, her ancient eyes clouded with worry. "It is the thinnest part of the island's crust," she confirmed. "A place where the deep energies sometimes bleed to the surface. We have always avoided it. The air there feels wrong. Hateful. They're not just drilling for energy," Vila deduced, her claws clicking on the stone. "They are trying to tap into the heart. They mistake a prison for a power plant. We must destroy them," Rexa snarled, slamming her tail on the ground, cracking the stone. "Smash their metal shells. Eat their soft bodies." Drive them back into the poison water. A frontal assault would be costly. Tria cautioned, her defensive instincts flaring. We don't know the power of their thunder sticks. We would lose many before we even reached them. They all looked to Izuku. This was his world bleeding into theirs. It was his decision to make. No frontal assault, Izuku commanded, his voice ringing with newfound authority. Not yet. This is a cancer. We don't just smash it. We cut it out with precision. Vila, your packs will begin reconnaissance. I want to know everything. Their numbers, their patrol routes, their command structure. Terra, your flocks will continue to watch from above. I want to know the second they bring in reinforcements. Rexa, Tria, your forces will be our hammer, held in reserve. We will learn their weakness, and then we will choose the moment to strike. We will bleed them dry before they even know they are in a war. The queens looked at each other, then back at him. It was a sound, strategic plan. He was not just a warrior. He was a commander, a king. And what of you and the life giver? Rexa asked. Ibara and I, Izuku said, a grim look on his face, will prepare the battlefield. The decision had been made. A war was coming. But first, there was something else that needed to be done. A kingdom needed to be formally declared. A king needed to be crowned. The scattered alliances needed to be forged into an unbreakable whole. Terra proposed the location. The cradle of life, the immense, hollowed-out caldera of the island's dormant mother volcano, where the first life on Isla Soria was said to have sprung. It was a sacred, neutral ground. The ceremony was to be held at the apex of the twin moon high tide, a time of great mystical significance to the island's inhabitants. Clans from all across their allied territories gathered. Rex's T-Rexes stood as imposing sentinels on the caldera's rim. Vela's raptor packs moved like silent shadows through the assembled crowds, a quiet promise of lethal enforcement. Tria's Triceratops herds formed a living wall, their great frills a display of solidarity and strength. And high above, the Pteranodon flocks circled like a living constellation. The air was electric with anticipation. In the center of the caldera, a massive, ancient cycad grew, its leaves silver in the moonlight. At its base stood Izuku and Ibara. Izuku wore no armor, only simple breeches made from a durable hide. His chest and arms were covered in ritualistic paint applied by Vela's own claws, swirling green patterns that mimicked his lightning, mixed with the symbols of the four great clans. He looked less like a boy from Japan and more like a primal demigod, born of the island itself. Ibara stood beside him, draped in a simple robe woven from glowing moon petal flowers, her in hair adorned with phosphorescent moss. The four queens approached. They were not just queens tonight, they were the embodiments of the island's core principles. Rexa stepped forward first, her steps shaking the ground. She lowered her head and dropped a massive, fossilized tooth at Izuku's feet. It was the tooth of the first tyrant king, her ancestor. I, Rexa, the tyrant queen, offer you the strength of my clan, she roared. Her voice echoing off the caldera walls. I offer you my bite, my rage, and my loyalty. By the law of the claw, I name you my mate, my king. Vila moved next, a blur of silent motion. She laid a ceremonial, obsidian-tipped spear at his feet, its shaft adorned with the feathers of her pack's greatest hunters. I, Vila, the Shadow Queen, offer you the cunning of my packs, she hissed. Her voice sharp and clear. I offer you my speed, my strategy, and my loyalty. By the dance of shadows, I name you my mate, my king. Tria followed, her presence immense and reassuring. She gently nudged a large, perfectly preserved shield horn from one of her herd's most ancient and revered matriarchs. I, Tria, the Shield Queen, offer you the resilience of my herds, she rumbled. Her voice a deep well of emotion. I offer you my defense, my community, and my loyalty. By the unbreakable shield, I name you my mate, my king. Finally, Terra descended from the sky, landing with a soft whisper of wings. She held a single, large flight feather in her beak, its edges shimmering with an ethereal light. She placed it with the other offerings. I, Terra, the Sky Queen, offer you the wisdom of my flock. She screeched softly. I offer you my vision, my history, and my loyalty. By the whispers on the wind, I name you my mate, my king. Strength, cunning, resilience, wisdom, the four pillars of their new kingdom, laid at his feet. Izuku felt the weight of their offerings, of their trust, settle upon his shoulders. This was not a prize he had won, it was a responsibility he had earned. A sacred duty. He knelt, picking up each of the 4 totems. He looked at each queen, his gaze unflinching. I accept your strength, Rexa. I accept your cunning, Vila. I accept your resilience, Tria. I accept your wisdom, Terra. I swear on my power and my life, I will protect this island, your clans, and our family. I will be your primal king. A deafening roar erupted from the assembled dinosaurs. 1,000 voices from 100 different species, all joined in a single, unified chorus of acceptance. Then, Ibara stepped forward, her role now clear. She held a simple crown, not of metal or jewel, but of interwoven ironwood and living vines, with the 4 totems, tooth, spearhead, horn shard, and feather, skillfully incorporated into its design. It was a crown that represented not conquest, but unity. The land has chosen its guardian, she said, her voice carrying a divine authority that silenced the crowd. The clans have chosen their leader. Life itself recognizes its champion. She raised the crown high. By the will of the island and its people, I name you Izuku Midoriya, the primal king of Soria. She placed the crown upon his head. As it settled, an incredible surge of energy coursed through him. It was as if the island itself was accepting him. One for all flared, not as wild lightning, but as a steady, deep green aura of unimaginable power. The vestiges within him, which had been so silent for so long, whispered in a chorus of awe. He could feel every root, every heartbeat, every breath on the island. He was connected, intertwined with his ki, Nigdam in a way he had never thought possible. He then turned to Ibara, taking her hands. And I name you, Ibara Shiozaki, the high priestess of our kingdom. The voice of the island. The heart of our family. He leaned in, before the eyes of his new subjects, his queen mates, and the ancient spirits of this lost world, he kissed her. It was a kiss of promise, of gratitude, and of a love that had defied a world of lies to find its truth in a land of primal honesty. As they parted, Izuku turned to face his people. He stood flanked by his 5 partners, 4 primal queens and 1 green-haired priestess. A tyrant, a shadow, a shield, a sage, and a saint. His family, his counsel, his strength. He raised a hand, and the roaring crowd fell silent, waiting for the first decree of their new king. His eyes, glowing with green power, turned eastward, toward the unseen enemy desecrating their shores. The kingdom of Soria is born tonight, his voice boomed, imbued with the power of the island itself. And our first act as a unified people will be to remind the outside world that this land belongs to us. The roar that answered him was not one of celebration. It was a declaration of war. A unified symphony of tooth, claw, and primal fury, ready to be unleashed upon the invaders who dared to trespass in the kingdom of the primal king. The age of Green and Fang had begun. Chapter 7. The War for Paradise. The first tremor was not a sound, but a feeling. A low, discordant hum that vibrated up through the soles of Izuku's feet, through the bedrock of the island itself. It was a dissonant note in the grand symphony of Isla Soria's life, a string pulled too tight, threatening to snap. He stood on the precipice of the great caldera, the new heart of their unified kingdom, with Ibara at his side. Below them, the world they had forged teemed with a savage, beautiful peace. T-Rex adolescents mock-fought near the lava fields, their booming challenges echoing off the obsidian cliffs. Herds of triceratops grazed in the verdant valley floor, their armored bodies like living stones amidst a sea of green. In the canopy, the telltale rustle and chatter of Vela's raptors were a constant, unseen presence. The hum grew, accompanied by a faint, rhythmic thump, 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 that was utterly alien. It was the sound of a machine heart, cold and relentless, beating deep within the earth. They are not just drilling. Ibara murmured, her eyes closed. Her bare feet were planted firmly on the soil, and through the vast network of roots that was now an extension of her own nervous system. She could feel the violation more keenly than anyone. They are poisoning the deep places, pumping something into the rock. A catalyst. Izuku's jaw tightened, his gaze fixed on the northern coastline. Miles away but now the source of all their anxiety. Terra's scouts had been reporting non-stop for 2 days. The beachhead established by the Paranormal Liberation Front was no mere camp. It had become a fortress of prefabricated steel and crackling energy shields. The drill, a monstrous contraption of dark metal and whirring blades, had bored into the island's flank like a parasite's proboscis. A catalyst for what? Izuku asked, his voice a low growl that held none of the tremor it once would have. One for all thrummed beneath his skin, a coiled serpent of green lightning, tasting the foulness in the air. Before Ibara could answer, a piercing shriek echoed from the sky. It was a cry of alarm. One of Terra's sentinels, a scarred pteranodon with a distinctive tear in its leathery wing, spiraled down towards them. Landing with a frantic scrabble of claws on the caldera's edge, it chittered and squawked, its long beak pointing frantically back towards the coast. Terra herself was not far behind. The Sky Queen descended like a silent, majestic shadow, her immense wingspan blotting out the sun. She landed with a grace that belied her size, her ancient, intelligent eyes locking onto Izuku's. "They come," her voice echoed in his mind, a psychic imprint honed over centuries of communal living. It was not a voice of words, but of pure meaning, images, feelings, intent. He saw what she saw, a wave of dark metal cresting the coastal hills. Towering mechs, striding on hydraulic legs, their forms bristling with cannons and missile pods. Ranks of soldiers in black body armor, their faces obscured by helmets with glowing red optics. And among them, shambling things that his mind screamed were Nomu, grotesque parodies of life, stitched together and filled with rage. Machine heart in the earth stopped its rhythmic beat. A new sound replaced it. The deafening, soul-shaking roar of a war siren, a wail of civilized destruction that was a blasphemy in this primal land. The war for paradise had begun. Izuku didn't waste a second. He turned, his body already wreathed in emerald sparks. "Ibara, the heart of the kingdom. Protect it. Use everything the island gives you." She nodded, her expression serene but her eyes burning with a holy fire. "The wicked shall find no foothold in this sacred garden. They will be consumed by the very ground they seek to defile." Vines, thick as pythons and covered in razor thorns, began to uncoil from the earth around her, a promise of the wrath to come. Izuku leapt from the precipice, his float quirk engaging as he plummeted. Blackwhip tendrils shot from his arms, catching onto rock formations, and he launched himself towards the valley floor where the other queens were already reacting. The primal roar that tore from his throat was not a call to arms. It was a declaration. This was his home. This was his family, and the rage of a king betrayed was a force of nature all its own. Rexa met his gaze as he landed, her massive head lowering to his level. Her golden eyes, large as dinner plates, were blazing with a ferocious joy. The scent of ozone and her own musky, reptilian scent filled the air. A glorious hunt, her intent washed over him. "We will pile their metal shells at the foot of this mountain. Their bones will be dust beneath our claws. No hunt, Rexa," Izuku said, his voice hard as stone. He placed a hand on her massive snout, a gesture of both affection and command. "This is an extermination. No quarter, no mercy. Their goal is the island's core. We hold the line at the Great Valley Pass. Let them break themselves against us." Vila materialized from the shadows of the jungle, a silent ripple of scaled muscle. Her two primary beta raptors flanked her, their sickle claws tapping restlessly on the ground. Her thoughts were sharper, more precise than Rex's. "Frontal assault is brutish. Their weapons have range. They will tear us apart before we can reach them. We flank. We bleed them. We sever their command." "You will," Izuku confirmed, turning to her. "Take your packs. The jungle is your domain. I want their spotters, their commanders, their supply lines, all of it, gone. Sow chaos. Make them blind and deaf." Vila gave a sharp, satisfied hiss, a flick of her head that was her equivalent of a nod, and melted back into the undergrowth, her packs vanishing with her. Lastly, he faced Tria. The colossal matriarch of the Triceratops herd stood before a natural choke point, a pass that led from the coastal plains into their protected valley. Behind her, her entire herd was arrayed, a living wall of horn and bone and unshakable resolve. Her young and the other non-combatant species were huddled in the valley behind them, their fear a palpable scent on the wind. Tria's intent was simple, solid, and absolute. None shall pass. Izuku looked at this incredible family he had found. The unbridled strength of Rexa, the lethal cunning of Vila, the steadfast defense of Tria. The ancient wisdom of Terra watching from above, and the divine, terrifying grace of Ibara, who was already turning their home into a verdant fortress. His heart swelled with a fierce, possessive love, that burned away the last vestiges of the broken boy he had been. "I will be the tip of the spear," he declared to them all, his voice carrying over the rising din of the approaching army. Green lightning exploded around him, cracking the very air. "I will break their vanguard. But you are the strength of this kingdom. Show them what it means to trespass on the domain of the primal king." He turned and shot into the air, a green comet streaking towards the invading army. The war had 1,000 fronts, and he intended to fight on all of them at once. Rex's charge was the thunder that followed Izuku's lightning. The Tyrant Queen led her clan, 50 of the world's most powerful land predators, in a ground-shaking stampede that was less a military maneuver and more a geological event. The earth trembled with each colossal footfall. Trees that had stood for 1,000 years were snapped like twigs in their path. Their collective roar was a physical force, a wall of sound that shattered the composite glass cockpits of the PLF's forward scout vehicles before they were even in sight. Her world narrowed to the glorious, bloody business of the fight. The stench of diesel and hot metal was an affront to her senses. A foulness that had to be purged. Her target was the center of the PLF line, a trio of bipedal mechs, each 30 feet tall, designated as Juggernaut units. They were ugly, angular things of gray and red, armed with rotary cannons on one arm and industrial-grade chainsaws on the other. Prey that fights back. Good. The lead Juggernaut opened fire. The rotary cannon spat a stream of high-caliber shells, each one the size of her smallest claw. The sound was like a continuous, deafening drumroll. Rexa didn't try to dodge. She was a creature of irresistible force, not agility. She lowered her massive head, her skull, a 4-foot-long battering ram of solid bone, taking the brunt of the impacts. The shells exploded against her, tearing away scales and flesh, sending plumes of red mist into the air. The pain was a fire that only fueled her rage. She hit the first mech at a full run. The impact was apocalyptic, a screech of tortured metal, the crunch of a collapsing chassis. Her jaws, capable of exerting over 12,000 pounds of pressure, clamped down on the mech's torso. She bit through reinforced armor plating as if it were cartilage, severing hydraul. IC lines and power conduits in a shower of sparks and acrid fluid. With a savage twist of her neck, she ripped the cockpit clean off, tossing it aside like a piece of gristle. The second Juggernaut brought its chainsaw arm down in a vicious arc. Rexa was already moving, sidestepping with a speed that defied her size. The roaring chain teeth missed her head and bit deep into the shoulder of the mech she had just destroyed. She used the opening, ramming her head under the Juggernaut's arm and heaving upwards. The machine, for all its weight, was lifted off its feet, its center of gravity hopelessly compromised. It staggered, and one of her clan's largest males seized its leg, pulling it to the ground. A pack of T-Rexes descended upon the fallen machine, a frenzy of teeth and claws, tearing it apart piece by piece. The third Juggernaut, seeing its comrades fall, abandoned its cannon and activated a shoulder-mounted missile pod. A volley of small, heat-seeking rockets streaked towards her. Rexa roared in defiance, but before the missiles could impact, a shadow fell over her. Izuku, a whirlwind of green energy, dropped from the sky. He landed on the Juggernaut's shoulders, his feet magnetized to the hull with a fraction of One for All's power. Black whip tendrils, thick as ship's cables, shot from his back, intercepting the missiles midair. They wrapped around the projectiles, squeezing until the warheads were crushed. Their explosive potential snuffed out. "They're targeting you, Rexa. You're the biggest threat," he yelled, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Rex's reply was a guttural roar of approval. "He sees my strength." Izuku drove his fist, crackling with 45% of One for All, straight down into the mech's cockpit. The armored glass didn't just shatter, it atomized. He ripped the pilot out and flung him into the jungle before delivering another punch into the machine's core systems. The Juggernaut shuddered, went rigid, and then its power core detonated. In a contained but violent explosion that blew its head clean off. Izuku leapt from the smoking ruin, landing beside Rexa. He was splattered with oil and something worse, but his eyes were bright with battle fire. That's their vanguard. Push them back. Force them into the jungle. Into Vela's teeth. Rexa needed no further encouragement. She let out a triumphant roar that was answered by her entire clan, and the charge resumed. The initial, organized line of the PLF broke under the sheer, primal terror of the assault. Soldiers scattered, their disciplined formations dissolving into a panicked mob. Mechs, designed for urban warfare, found their footing treacherous on the uneven, vine-choked ground. This was Rex's element, the clash of claw against steel, the satisfying crunch of bone and metal. The taste of victory and blood in the air. This was the law of the claw, written on a scale she had only ever dreamed of. And at the heart of it, fighting with a fury that matched her own, was her king. It was glorious. While Rex's battle was a symphony of brute force, Vela's was a masterclass in silent, deadly precision. Her domain was the deep jungle, the places where the canopy was so thick that the light was a perpetual emerald twilight. Here, technology was not an advantage, it was a liability. They are loud, Vela thought, perched motionlessly on a branch high above the forest floor. Her gaze was fixed on a PLF fireteam making its way through a narrow ravine. They were clumsy, their armor scraping against rocks, their voices, filtered through comms, an unnatural static in the vibrant soundscape of the jungle. They are blind. They trust their machines, not their senses. She gave a soft, almost inaudible chuff. It was a signal that rippled through her 100-strong pack, spread out invisibly through the undergrowth. The hunt was on. Her target was not the soldiers themselves, but the figure at their rear, a communications officer, his back laden with an advanced relay antenna. He was the squad's link to the main force, their eyes and ears. Without him, they were just men lost in a hostile world. Vela moved. She was not a blur of motion, but a part of the motion. And that was already there, the sway of branches, the fall of leaves. She leapt from her perch, her body a streamlined arrow of muscle and scale. She landed without a sound on the ravine wall, her claws finding purchase in the damp earth. Another leap, and she was on the ground behind the comms officer. The man never even had a chance to turn. Her sickle claw, the 6-inch razor on her foot, flicked up in a disemboweling arc. It was not an attack meant to be survived. As he fell, Vela's jaws clamped down on the antenna, crushing the delicate electronics with a single, contemptuous bite. That was the signal for the rest of her pack. From the shadows, from the canopy, from the dense ferns, the raptors struck. It was not a charge, it was an ambush from every conceivable angle. One soldier was dragged into the undergrowth, his scream abruptly cut off. Another looked up just in time to see a raptor descend upon him from a treetop, a feathered missile of death. They were ghosts, striking and vanishing, turning the PLF's tactical coordination into a paranoid nightmare. Vela watched, her mind a cold, calculating engine of war. She identified the chain of command, the heavy weapons specialists, the medics. Her pack, responding to her silent commands conveyed through subtle shifts in posture and near ultrasonic calls, eliminated them with surgical efficiency. They didn't engage in prolonged fights. They would hamstring a heavy gunner, forcing his squad to stop, then pick off another member from the opposite direction. They turned the jungle itself into a weapon, herding panicked LDers into patches of quicksand or towards cliffs. A larger threat emerged. A 4-legged, spider-like mech, a stalker unit, equipped with thermal and motion sensors. It was designed specifically for anti-guerrilla warfare. Its head swiveled, its optical sensors cutting through the gloom. It sees heat. It sees movement, Vela analyzed. So we give it a heat source that does not move, and a movement that is not ours. She issued a complex series of chirps. A short distance away, a small group of Compsognathus, tiny but aggressive carnivores allied with her clan, began to squabble loudly over a piece of carrion left for them. Their combined body heat created a significant signature on the stalker's sensors. As the mech turned to investigate the biological anomaly, 2 of Vela's strongest betas worked in concert. They triggered a rock slide, sending a cascade of boulders down the ravine wall. The stalker, distracted by the compies, was too slow to react. Rocks the size of its own torso smashed into its legs, buckling the articulated joints and sending it crashing to the ground. Before it could reorient its weapons, a dozen raptors swarmed it, prying open maintenance hatches and tearing out wiring with their teeth and claws. Vila felt a grim satisfaction. Rexa could have the glorious charges and the shattering of steel. This was true mastery. This was the art of the hunt. This was the dance of shadows. And the enemy soldiers were her unwilling, dying partners. She was severing the army's nerves one by one, leaving its brutish metal muscles to flail uselessly in the dark. High above the canopy, the war took on a different character. For Terra, it was a silent, terrible ballet of destruction. From her vantage point in the thermal updrafts near the volcano, she saw the entire battlefield laid out below. She saw Rex's thunderous charge, a wave of primal fury crashing against a wall of fire and steel. She saw the subtle, deadly incursions of Vela's packs, like a poison seeping into the enemy's veins. And she saw the enemy, a crawling infection of black and gray, spreading from the coast. Her role, and the role of her flock, was one of perspective and precision. They were the island's eyes. But they were also its wrath from the sky. The heavy cannons, my king, she sent to Izuku, who was a flickering green star in the heart of the battle. On the western ridge, they are shelling Tria's position. They aim to break the shield. She saw them clearly. A battery of 5 mobile artillery mechs, long-barreled machines that fired plasma shells in high, devastating arcs. Each impact against the pass Tria defended sent shockwaves through the ground and blasted craters in the rock. Tria's herd was holding, but they were taking a beating. We will silence them, Terra declared. She gave a sharp, keening cry that echoed across the sky. Her flock, hundreds of pterodons and the larger, more formidable Quetzalcoatlus, answered her call. Their mission was one they had practiced for generations. Not for war, but for construction, moving massive stones to build and reinforce their high-altitude nests. Today, they would use that skill for deconstruction. They flew towards the caldera, where generations of volcanic activity had left behind a bounty of loose, heavy boulders of basalt and obsidian. Working in teams of 4, the larger Quetzalcoatlus used the powerful claws and beaks to lift stones that weighed nearly a ton. The smaller pterodons carried what they could, their leathery wings straining under the load. The sky darkened as her flock, now an airborne armada of living bombers, approached the western ridge. The PLF soldiers below pointed and shouted, their rifles useless against targets so high up. The artillery mechs, designed for long-range bombardment, were slow to pivot their main cannons skyward. Their anti-air defenses, machine guns mounted on their chassis, began to chatter, spitting streams of tracers into the air. A few of her flock were hit. Terra felt a pang of grief as one of the younger males, his wing shredded by gunfire, spiraled down into the jungle. But there was no hesitation. They had a purpose. Now, she commanded. The sky rained stone. Boulders crashed down upon the artillery battery with the force of meteors. The first one struck a mech squarely on its cannon barrel, bending it into a useless, twisted wreck. Another smashed through the thinner top armor of a second mech, crushing the power systems within. The third and fourth boulders didn't hit directly but caused a landslide, sweeping 2 of the artillery pieces off the ridge and down into a deep chasm. The final machine was simply obliterated, a direct hit from a massive obsidian rock turning it into a flattened heap of smoking scrap. The barrage from the sky was relentless. Her flock, having dropped their first payload, circled back for more, their dark forms silhouetted against the clouds. They became a terrifying, inexhaustible bombing run, targeting not just mechs but troop concentrations, supply depots, and command vehicles. They were the embodiment of the island's ancient, geological fury, and they would not stop until the ground was cleared of the metal infestation. Terra watched the chaos unfold, her ancient heart filled not with malice, but with a cold, righteous certainty. This was a cleansing. This was the will of the sky. For Tria, the war was a vibration in her bones. It was the rhythmic thump of enemy artillery, the scream of dying metal, and the terrified bleating of the young sheltered behind her living wall. She stood at the forefront of her herd, a 20-ton bastion of parental fury. Her central horn, nearly 4 feet long, was stained with the hydraulic fluid of a scout mech that had gotten too close. Her massive, bony frill was scarred and scorched from energy blasts. Behind her, the entire Triceratops herd was arrayed in a defensive formation perfected over millions of years. The strongest adults formed the outer crescent, their heads lowered, presenting a dense forest of sharpened horns to the enemy. Inside this crescent, the younger, more vulnerable members of the herd protect. The hatchlings and the other herbivorous species of the kingdom who looked to them for safety. They were not an army, they were a fortress. An unshakable, living shield. A plasma shell screamed OV. Her head and slammed into the rock wall just above them, showering the herd in hot shrapnel. A young male cried out in pain as a piece of superheated rock scored his flank. Tria's answering bellow was a sound of pure rage. She stomped her foot, a gesture of defiance that shook the very pass they defended. They will not touch our children, her intent radiated through the herd, a calming, strengthening wave of maternal power. Let them break their teeth on our horns. Let them shatter their claws on our shields. We will not yield. We will not break. We are the wall. A new wave of attackers poured into the pass. These were not mechs, but something far worse. A dozen hulking, bio-engineered monstrosities. Nomu. They were a motley collection of horrors, some with multiple limbs, others with skin like hardened chitin. All of them driven by a singular, mindless desire to destroy. One, a brutish creature with the muscular build of a gorilla and the hide of a crocodile, charged directly at Tria. She met it head-on. It was a collision of immense forces. The Nomu's fists, which could punch through concrete, hammered against her frill. The impacts were staggering, but the bone evolved to weaths. The charge of a rival triceratops or the bite of a T-Rex, held firm. Tria grunted, dug her powerful legs into the earth, and pushed. She was stronger. She drove her central horn deep into the Nomu's chest. The creature barely seemed to register the wound, its only response was to flail and pummel her head with even greater ferocity. But Tria was relentless. She twisted her head, grinding the horn, widening the wound. Then, with a mighty heave, she lifted the Nomu off the ground and flung it into the rock wall with bone-shattering force. Her herd fought with the same desperate, unyielding strength. They formed smaller, defensive circles, protecting each other's flanks. When a winged Nomu tried to fly over their line, two males angled their horns up, impaling it mid-flight. They moved, with a coordination that was not trained, but instinctual, a deep, genetic understanding of how to protect the herd. But the sheer number of Nomu and the constant barrage from distant weapons were taking their toll. Tria could feel the exhaustion setting in around her. The line was holding, but it was cracking. Fear was beginning to seep back in. It was then that the green thorns came. From the earth at the mouth of the pass. A wall of vines, thick as an ancient tree's trunk and covered in thorns the size of daggers, erupted from the ground. It rose 50 feet into the air, a living, hing barrier that sealed the pass completely. The Nomu, in their mindless rage, threw themselves against it. The thorns ripped and tore at their flesh, and the vines, seemingly alive, constricted around them, crushing them with inexorable pressure. Ibara Shiozaki walked through a newly opened gap in her thorn wall, her expression one of tranquil fury. The ground around her was alive, carnivorous. Plants with jaws like bear traps snapped at the feet of PLF soldiers. Flowers released clouds of thick, soporific pollen that sent entire squads into a helpless slumber. The very roots of the trees animated, snaking out to trip and ensnare the invaders. She stopped beside Tria, placing a gentle hand on the matriarch's wounded leg. A warm, green light flowed from her palm, and the pain receded, the flesh knitting itself back together. The Queen of the Shield has held the line, Ibara said, her voice soft but resonant with power. Now, the priestess of the garden will sanctify this ground with their defeat. Tria looked at the carnage Ibara's plants were wreaking upon the enemy. The priestess was not merely defending, she was turning the battlefield into a graveyard. The unbreakable she-LD had held just long enough for the island's own divine wrath to awaken. Together, they were impassable. Izuku was the epicenter of the storm. He moved through the battlefield like a vengeful god, a blur of green and black. One for all, supercharged by the primal energy of Isla Soria, was a living entity around him. It was no longer just a power-up quirk, it was the raw, untamed force of life and evolution, and he was its master. He saw it all. Terra's eyes were his eyes. He saw the artillery silenced. He saw Vela's packs dismantling the enemy's command structure. He saw Rex's clan tearing through the PLF's armored heart. He saw Tria and Ibara holding the pass. His family was fighting with a power and unity that filled him with a fierce pride. But he also saw the sheer, unending number of the enemy. For every mech they destroyed, 2 more would take its place. For every squad Vela's raptors eliminated, another would be deployed from landers at the coast. This was a battle of attrition. And All for One had more resources. They had to cut off the head of the snake. His target was the mobile command center, a massive, heavily armored vehicle crawling its way towards the giant drill. It was surrounded by the PLF's elite guard and several high-tier Nomu. It was there he would find the commander. He shot towards it, moving at 55% of One for All, a speed that made him little more than a green smear to the naked eye. Black whip tendrils lashed out, not as whips, but as massive, semi-sentient arms. They smashed into mechs, tore cannons from their mountings, and swept dozens of soldiers off their feet. He activated Fa Jin, storing kinetic energy with every movement, and then released it. The resulting shockwave was like a physical bomb. The air itself seemed to shatter. He elite guard soldiers were thrown back, their armor cracking under the sudden, immense pressure. The Nomu, more resilient, roared and charged him. Izuku met them without slowing. He didn't need to land a direct hit. He just needed to get close. He spun, releasing a localized street. Lewis smash, and the vortex of wind tore one Nomu apart. He used float to gain altitude, then came down on another like a meteor. His smokescreen quirk deploying not as a distraction, but as a suffocating, high-density cloud that choked its regenerative abilities. He landed atop the command vehicle with a deafening crash that dented its armored roof. The hatch hissed open, but not with soldiers. A single figure emerged, clad in sleek, silver cybernetic armor that hummed with power. The helmet retracted, revealing a man with a cold, cruel face. A jagged scar running down his left eye, and the dead, emotionless eyes of a fanatic. This was the PLF commander. Izuku Midoriya, the commander said, his voice a synthesized baritone. The failed hero. To think you would become a king of beasts. It is pathetic. You're trespassing, Izuku said, his voice dangerously low. Green lightning arced between his clenched fists. And you're desecrating my home. This is your only warning. Leave, now. The commander laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Warning, child, you are standing on the altar. The ceremony is already underway. He activated blades that hissed from his forearms, glowing with purple energy. I am Commander Valerius, and I have been tasked with preparing the final sacrifice. The duel began. Valerius was incredibly fast, his cybernetics pushing his body beyond human limits. His blades were designed to disrupt quirks, the purple energy they radiated causing One for All to flicker and sputter wherever they came close. Izuku was forced onto the defensive, dodging and weaving, the roof of the vehicle groaning and tearing under the force of their battle. Valerius was a sadist. He wasn't just trying to win. He was trying to lecture. You think this is an invasion? A simple resource grab, he taunted, his blade scoring a shallow cut across Izuku's arm. How small your mind has become, living among these animals. This island is not a prize. It is a lock, and we are the key. Izuku gritted his teeth, his danger sense screaming with every feint and thrust. He was being analyzed. Valerius's movements weren't random. They were a diagnostic, testing his speed, his power output, his reaction time. All for One has existed for centuries, Valerius continued, pressing his attack. He has seen the rise and fall of civilizations. He knows that true power is not stolen or given. It is unleashed, and deep beneath our feet sleeps the ultimate power. A god of pure, primal destruction. The Saurian Apex. The name struck Izuku like a physical blow. The Saurian Apex. The sleeping terror Terra had spoken of. You're insane, Izuku snarled, parrying a strike with a black whip reinforced gauntlet. Am I? Valerius smirked. The ancient people who once lived here knew what it was. They couldn't destroy it, so they built a prison around it. A bio-lock that requires a specific set of keys to open. Keys that have been lost to time, until now. Izuku's mind raced, connecting the dots with dawning horror. The drill, the catalyst Ibara felt, the battle itself. Valerius saw the understa, NDING in his eyes and his smirk widened into a triumphant, manic grin. Yes, you see it now. The drill isn't just a drill, it's a resonating fork, tuned to the apex's dormant energy signature. The Ca. Talist we pumped into the Earth is a quirk amplifying agent. And the final key. The key is a massive, sudden release of powerful, conflicting quirk energies in close proximity to the lock. The raw, primal energy of your beasts, the calculated, technological energy of our machines, and the unique, world-altering signature of One for All clashing against All for One's machinations. This entire war, this bloodshed, it's the final turn of the key in the lock. It is a ritual, and your desperate defense is the final prayer. The truth was a physical sickness. They had been played. Every victory, every act of defiance, had been a step towards their own doom. All for One hadn't exiled him here to get rid of him. He had exiled him here to make him the linchpin of his apocalyptic plan. Rage, pure and absolute, unlike anything he had ever felt, consumed him. It was not the hot-headed anger of his youth, but a cold, infinite fury that froze his blood and sharpened his mind. The vestiges of One for All roared in his soul, sharing his outrage. I will not be your pawn. Izuku roared. He stopped dodging. He stopped parrying. He let Valerius's energy blade plunge into his shoulder, the purple energy searing his flesh. And as the commander's eyes widened in surprise at the suicidal move, Izuku grabbed his cybernetic arm. It's over, Izuku whispered. He unleashed it all. 100%. The world dissolved into green light. The Detroit smash he unleashed was not aimed at Valerius's body, but at the very concept of his existence. The air pressure alone was enough to vaporize the commander's armor. His cybernetics, his flesh and bone. The force of the blow traveled through the command vehicle, which didn't just explode, it was erased from reality, its component atoms scattered to the wind. The shockwave propagated outwards for a mile in every direction, a silent, visible ring of force that flattened trees and threw mechs and dinosaurs alike from their feet. In the sudden, ringing silence that followed, Izuku hovered in the air, his arm shattered, his body screaming in agony, but his will unbroken. For a single, fleeting moment, there was peace. The PLF forces, IR commander and command structure utterly annihilated, faltered. His queens, his family, looked towards him in awe. They had won. And then the ground cracked open. It started at the drill site. A web of fissures, glowing with a malevolent, crimson light, spread out from it, racing across the island faster than a man could run. The earth groaned, a deep, tectonic agony. The sky turned a sickly shade of purple. And from the core of the planet, a roar erupted. It was not a sound that traveled through the air, but a vibration that shook the foundations of reality itself. It was the roar of a billion years of slumbering rage, of continental pressures, of extinction-level fury given voice. It was a sound of absolute finality, the roar of a god awakening to find its world infested and its prison broken. The war for paradise was over. The battle for the planet was about to begin. Chapter 8. The Primal God and the Hero's Return. The world did not shatter. It was peeled open. The final, dying shriek of the PLF commander was a sound too small to register against the groan of a world being unmade. The ground beneath Izuku's feet did not merely crack, it split apart with the ancient, agonizing finality of a breaking bone. The fissure, glowing with an impossible, malevolent crimson, raced from the shattered drill site across the battlefield, swallowing the wreckage of mechs and the bodies of the fallen without a whisper. It was not an earthquake. An earthquake is a shudder of the Earth's skin. This was the planet's heart trying to beat its way out of its chest. And then came the roar. It was a sound that existed before sound had a name. It was the crushing pressure of the deepest trench, the rage of a billion-year-old tectonic plate, the scream of a dying star given voice. It struck Izuku not in his ears, but in his very soul. Danger sense wasn't a tingle, it was a white-hot siren that threatened to liquefy his brain, a psychic scream of apex predator. Reality-ending threat, flee. But there was nowhere to flee. The sky itself seemed to curdle, the storm clouds torn apart not by wind, but by a pressure wave of pure, raw presence. From the glowing chasm, it rose. Words failed. Concepts crumbled. Big was a child's term for a toy. Gigantomachia, who had seemed like a walking mountain, would have been a pebble at the foot of this thing. It was a creature of living geology and incandescent energy, its form shifting, semi-corporeal, a nightmare given flesh and stone. One moment it had a form vaguely reminiscent of some titanic, saurian beast, with a HEA. D that scraped the angry clouds and limbs that were mountain ranges in motion. The next, it was a vortex of raw power, a swirling nebula of shadow and light, its roar echoing not through the air, but through the fabric of space-time itself. This was the saurian apex. Not a beast, a geological, biological god of pure, unthinking destruction. The island's immune system, unleashed at last. The remnants of the PLF army, moments before a technologically advanced invasion force, were now nothing more than ants in the path of a tidal wave. The ambient energy radiating from the apex caused their GY weapons to overload and explode in their hands. Mechs, forged from reinforced alloys, slumped and melted like wax figures, their pilots screaming inside their cockpits before being reduced to vapor and ash. The apex didn't even seem to notice them. Their destruction was incidental, a byproduct of its mere existence, like the way a fire consumes the air around it. The grand plan of Dr. Garaki and All for One had succeeded. But like all mortals who dared to play with the levers of creation, they had drastically, apocalyptically underestimated the power they sought to control. Izuku stood frozen, the green lightning of One for All flickering around him like a frightened candle in a hurricane. Every instinct, honed by a lifetime of battles, screamed at him. But the instincts were for threats he could comprehend. He could comprehend a fist, a blade, a blast of fire. He could not comprehend a being whose footsteps were seismic events. Izuku, Rex's voice, a roar that could shatter stone, was a mere tremor in the face of the god's cry. She stood her ground, her massive frame planted, but for the first time since he had met her, Izuku saw fear in the tyrant queen's golden eyes. It was the deep, instinctual terror of a creature recognizing that it was no longer at the top of the food chain. Vila and her raptors were a fluid sea of shivering muscle, their usual lethal confidence shattered. Their tactical genius was useless. There were no flanks to exploit, no weaknesses to target. How do you strategize against a sentient catastrophe? High above, Terra's flocks swirled in a chaotic, terrified vortex. Their cries of alarm swallowed by the impossible sound. Terra herself circled, her ancient wisdom offering no comfort, only the grave understanding of a prophecy fulfilled in the most horrific way imaginable. And Tria, the Shield Queen, stood with her herd, their massive bodies forming a living wall before the non-combatants and the young. Her head was lowered, her great horns pointed at the monstrosity. But it was a gesture of pure, hopeless defiance. An act of will against the inevitable. It was Ibara who brought him back. Her hand, gentle but firm, touched his arm. Her face was pale, sweat beading on her brow, her connection to the island's flora a conduit for unimaginable agony. Izuku, she breathed, her voice shaking but clear. The island, it is screaming. It is, dying and being born all at once. It is rage, pure, untamed rage against the invaders, against everything. That rage was now aimed at the world. The apex turned its colossal, star-filled gaze. A gaze that seemed to stretch for miles, toward the ocean. It was preparing to move, to take its rage beyond the shores of its prison. This was no longer a battle for Isla Soria. This was a battle for the planet. Izuku's mind, which had stalled in the face of the impossible, rebooted. The fear was still there, a cold stone in his gut, but it was overshadowed by the fierce, burning protectiveness that now defined him. This was his home. These were his people, his family. He looked at Rex's defiant stand, at Vela's frustrated fear, at Terra's grim vigil, at Tria's unwavering shield. He looked at Ibara, whose faith in him had crossed an ocean and whose love was now the bedrock of his new life. He would not let it end. Get everyone back, he roared, his voice amplified by One for All. A crack of thunder that momentarily cut through the din. To the high ground. Now, the queens, hearing the iron command in his voice, did not hesitate. They trusted him. Rexa let out a sharp, commanding roar. And her clan began to retreat. Vela's sharp whistles directed her packs to shepherd the smaller creatures. Tria's herd began a slow, deliberate withdrawal, a moving fortress of horn and bone. Izuku turned to face the god. The vestiges within him were screaming, a chorus of terror and warning. He could feel their fear, their awe. This was beyond any threat they had ever faced. It was beyond All for One. This was a force of nature. You cannot fight it. Ninth, Yoichi Shigaraki's voice was a frantic whisper in his mind. It is like trying to punch the ocean. He's right, Izuku, Nana Shimura added, her tone filled with a desperate urgency. Its power is absolute. There's no angle, no weakness. Izuku didn't need them to tell him. He could feel it, but he had to try. He had to know the limits. He planted his feet, digging his toes into the trembling earth. He drew on every ounce of power One for All had to offer, pulling not just from his own strength but from the primal energy of the island itself. The very energy that now fed the monster before him. Green-gold lightning, thick as a python, coiled around his body. The air crackled and smelled of ozone and shattered atoms. The ground around him cratered. I am the king of this island. He screamed, not at the apex, but at the universe itself, a declaration of defiance. And you are not welcome here. He pushed off, a human cannonball breaking the sound barrier a dozen times over. He flew towards the colossal form, a meteor of righteous fury. He cocked back his fist, the bones in his arm groaning under a strain they were never meant to bear. The energy converging until his entire limb was a miniature sun. World breaker. Smash. It was more than a 1,000,000% Delaware-Detroit smash. It was every ounce of his will, his love for his new family, his grief for his old life, and the raw, untamed power of his evolved quirk, all focused into a single, world-altering impact. He struck the apex's chest, a she-ing landscape of obsidian rock and burning starlight. The impact was silent for a microsecond, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Then, a wave of force erupted outwards, a dome of kinetic energy that vaporized a square mile of the surrounding jungle and boiled a section of the nearby ocean. The sound, when it came, was a cataclysmic boom that dwarfed the apex's own roar, sound that would be heard and registered on seismographs thousands of miles away. For a moment, it seemed to work. A crack, miles long, spider-webbed across the creature's torso. Dust and debris, the size of city blocks, flaked away. And then, nothing. The crack glowed with internal crimson light before sealing itself, as if it had never been. The apex, which had not even flinched, slowly lowered its titanic head. Its gaze, a pair of burning galaxies, focused on the tiny gnat that had just struck it. It did not look angry. It did not look anything. It was the blank, uncomprehending stare of a hurricane looking at a single blade of grass in its path. Izuku hovered in the air, his arm a mangled, shattered ruin, smoke pouring from the broken bones and shredded muscle. The bio-regenerative properties of his new physiology were already trying to knit him back together, but the damage was too severe. Pain, white-hot and absolute, flared through his senses. But worse than the pain was the despair. He had given it everything. His ultimate attack, a blow that could have leveled a city. And it had done nothing. Absolutely nothing. The apex raised a hand the size of a continent. It moved with agonizing slowness. The way a human might move to brush away a fly. Izuku, his body spent, his power depleted, could only watch as the shadow fell over him, a shadow that promised utter and complete annihilation. He was going to die. After everything. The betrayal, the exile, finding a new home, a new family, a new purpose. He was going to die here, erased by a mindless god. No, the voice was not from the vestiges. It was deeper. It was the island itself, speaking through the connection he shared with it. It was a voice of stone and root, of sky and sea. It cannot be destroyed. It is the heart. The heart cannot be broken. But it can be contained. At the same time, on the ridge where the others had retreated, Ibara Shiozaki fell to her knees, her hands plunging deep into the soft earth. Her eyes glowed with a gentle, emerald light. Her vines, no longer just weapons or tools, erupted from the ground around her, not as thorny weapons, but as glowing conduits of life, sinking deep, deep into the bedrock. Connecting her to the very core of Isla Soria. She saw it all. A billion years of history flooded her mind. The formation of the island. The evolution of the dinosaurs. The arrival of the quirk factor. Amplifying and twisting life. And she saw the apex. Not as a monster, but as a failsafe. A raw, undiluted mass of the island's life force and rage, sealed away, meant to be dormant forever. The PLF's drilling and the raw energy expenditure of the battle had been the final keys to its prison. Izuku, Her voice reached him not through the air, but directly in his mind. A lifeline of green in the face of red destruction. Don't fight it. You are part of the island now. It sees you. It recognizes you as a potential vessel. The island doesn't want to kill it. It wants a master, a mind, a will to guide the heart. The giant hand paused, inches from crushing him. The star-filled eyes seemed to focus, to truly see him for the first time. The raw, untamed primal energy of the island within him. The power of one for all, a vessel designed to hold and cultivate immense power. It recognized a potential host. In the psychic realm of one for all, the world was in chaos. The serene space was now a wild jungle, buffeted by crimson storms. She is right, Ninth, the second user's voice was grim, resolute. This is what our quirk was for. To contain power. To pass it on. You were meant to be a vessel. This is your ultimate test. You can't be serious. Nana shouted back. It will tear him apart. His consciousness will be obliterated. Perhaps, the third user countered, his tone as sharp as steel. Or he will become something more. He is no longer just the ninth user. He is the king of this land. He is connected to it. He has a chance, however small, to master it. Izuku's mind raced, processing Ibara's words, the vestiges, arguments, the island's plea. Absorb it, tame it, become its master. It was insane. It was suicide. It was the only way. Ibara, he sent back, his mental voice strained. The queens. I need them. I need their authority. Their very essence. Tell them. We perform the ritual. Now. He flew back towards the ridge, the great hand of the apex tracking his movement, hesitant. Curious. He landed before his family, his shattered arm already knitting itself back together with an audible crackle, fueled by a surge of adrenaline. The apex cannot be beaten, he said, his voice hard as diamond. But it can be bound. To me, I need you, all of you. He explained the desperate, insane plan. To not just channel the island's energy, but to open himself completely and become the new living core of the apex's power, with them as his anchors. Rexa looked from Izuku to the colossal god and back again. There was no fear in her eyes now, only a fierce, burning loyalty. You would become a monster to save this world. It is the burden of a king. My strength, my dominion, is yours, my love. Vela's raptors hissed, but she silenced them with a look. Her sharp, analytical mind saw the terrifying logic. The odds of survival are statistically non-existent. But it is the only viable strategy. She met his gaze, a flicker of something deeper than respect in her eyes. My cunning is yours to command, my king. Terra landed softly, folding her great wings. The ancient whispers spoke of this. A king who would become the mountain, the sky, and the sea. Who would be the island's beating heart. Her ancient eyes were filled with a profound sorrow and a glimmer of hope. My wisdom, my perspective, is yours, my soul. Tria stepped forward, her herd a silent, unshakable wall behind her. We have named you protector. A shield must be willing to break to save what it guards. She bowed her massive head. But I ask you this, Izuku. When it is done, will you still be you? Izuku looked at each of them, his heart swelling with a love so fierce it eclipsed his fear. He then looked at Ibara, who was already weaving a circle of glowing, life-giving vines around them. I will, he promised, his voice raw with emotion. Because all of you will be with me. You will be my anchor in the storm. They took their places, Ibara and Izuku at the center. The four queens at the cardinal points of the circle her vines had created. This was not a battlefield anymore. It was a holy site. A place of sacrifice and ascension. Begin, Izuku commanded. Ibara drove her hands deeper into the earth, her body becoming a living conduit. Emerald light erupted from the circle, a pillar that pierced the heavens. She was channeling the life force of the entire island, every leaf, every root, every drop of water, focusing it into a single point. The strain was immense. Blood trickled from her nose, but her expression was one of serene, unwavering faith. Rexa threw back her head and let out a roar not of aggression, but of pure, absolute authority. It was the roar of the island's ultimate predator, a declaration of dominion over all that walked or crawled. She channeled the concept of strength, of the right to rule, a golden aura enveloping her and flowing down the vines towards Izuku. Vela and her packs began to move, a silent, intricate dance around the circle's edge. It was the pattern of the hunt, the embodiment of lethal strategy, of outthinking and outmaneuvering one's foe. A silver, shadowy energy, the concept of cunning, flowed from them, a river of focused intent. Terra soared into the sky directly above them, her great wings beating in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. She called out, a cry that spoke of ancient knowledge, of the freedom of the skies, of seeing the world in its entirety. A brilliant, sky-blue aura, the concept of wisdom, descended like a gentle rain, feeding the ritual. Tria and her herd slammed their forefeet onto the ground in perfect, unified rhythm. It was the sound of a planetary heartbeat, a deep, resonant tremor that spoke of endurance, of community, of unshakable defense. An earthen, bronze-colored energy, the concept of protection, rose from the ground, solid and absolute. The four streams of primal authority, gold, silver, blue, and bronze, converged on Izuku, wrapping around him like armor. He felt their essences, their love, their strengths, fortifying his soul. Then, he looked at the apex. He opened his arms wide, a gesture of complete surrender and absolute defiance. Come, he roared, a challenge to the god. He opened the floodgates of one for all. He did not push power out, he pulled it in. The Saurian apex responded, a torrent of crimson-black energy, a river of unimaginable power and eons of mindless rage, lanced out and struck him. Pain, it was the only thing in existence. His body was being unmade and remade, atom by atom. He was drowning in a sea of pure, undilute instinct. The hunger of a billion predators, the terror of a billion prey, the mindless rage of stone and fire. His consciousness, his sense of self, began to fray, to dissolve into this cosmic ocean of raw power. Izuku, he heard their voices, not with his ears, but in his soul. Rex's defiant roar, Vela's sharp hiss, Terra's soaring cry, Tria's steadying stomp, Ibara's whispered prayer. They were his anchors, chains of love holding his sanity together. He saw their faces in his mind's eye. Rex's fierce, golden gaze. Vela's intelligent, reptilian eyes. Terra's ancient, knowing stare. Tria's gentle, protective warmth. Ibara's face, etched with pain and love, her faith a burning star in the darkness. He remembered his mother's smile. He remembered All Might's booming laugh, a memory out-tainted with pain but still a part of him. He remembered the faces of his old friends, the joy and the sorrow. He was not just the primal king. He was still Izuku Midoriya. He stopped fighting the torrent. He stopped trying to resist. Instead, he embraced it. He wrapped his consciousness around it, guided by the authority of his queens, and he gave the mindless power a will. His will. He gave the formless rage a heart. His heart. The crimson energy engulfing him began to change. The violent red was tempered by the emerald green of the island's life force and the crackling gold of One for All. The chaotic storm began to coalesce, to solidify. Outside the circle, the queens and Ibara watched in awe and terror. The colossal form of the Saurian apex was dissolving, not dying, but flowing. Every iota of its being pouring into the man at the center of the ritual. Izuku's body was changing. His hair, already a wilder mane, grew longer, streaked with veins of crimson and gold. Intricate, glowing green markings, like ancient tribal tattoos or the patterns on a leaf, spread across his skin, coiling around his arms and chest. His eyes opened, and they were no longer just green. They were swirling pools of primordial energy, galactic in their depth, ancient and new, terrifying and serene. The final wisp of the apex flowed into him. The pillar of light faded. The roaring S.I. lens that followed was more profound than any sound. The world was still. The sky began to clear. Izuku stood at the center of the now faded circle. He was taller, broader, his presence so immense. It felt like he was generating his own gravity. The air around him shimmered with power that was both terrifyingly new and as old as the world itself. He was no longer a man containing great power. He was power. He was the living will of Isla Soria. He took a slow breath, and the plants around him grew visibly, flowers blooming and fading in an instant. He clenched his fist, and the very air seemed to solidify. He looked at his family. Ibara was the first to move, stumbling forward, her body weak from the ordeal. Izuku, she whispered, her voice filled with hope and fear. He turned to her, and the galactic storms in his eyes softened. He reached out, his hand, now covered in the glowing markings, gently cupping her cheek. A wave of warmth and life flowed from him into her, replenishing her strength instantly. "I am here, Ibara," he said. His voice was different, deeper, layered, as if a chorus of ancient voices spoke with his own, yet it was unmistakably him. The love in that voice was more profound than ever. "I am here." Rexa, Vila, Terra, and Tria approached, their caution warring with their relief. He met each of their gazes in turn, and in his eyes, they saw not a monster, but their king, their mate. Their Izuku, magnified and ascended. He had kept his promise. He was still himself. It was Terra who broke the silence, her voice filled with a reverence he had never heard from her before. "The sky is clear," she murmured, looking up. "But I see ships on the horizon. Many ships, bearing the flags of your homeland." Izuku followed her gaze. On the distant, blue line where the sea met the sky, a fleet was approaching. Modern, gray warships, their decks lined with figures he knew all too well. He turned and began to walk towards the shore, his family falling into step beside him. It was a royal procession. He did not walk on the ground seemed to shift to meet his feet. Flowers bloomed in his footsteps. The dinosaurs of the island, from the small, lest Compsognathus to the largest Brachiosaurus, emerged from the jungles, not in fear, but in reverence, bowing their heads as their king passed. He was the island, and they were his subjects. They reached the scarred, blackened beach where the PLF had made their landing. The wreckage of their technology was a testament to their folly. The ships anchored offshore, and landing craft were deployed. They sped towards the beach, filled with the top heroes of Japan. Leading them, his face a mask of gaunt guilt and hope, was the skeletal form of Toshinori Yagi. Behind him were Endeavor, Hawks, and the rest of the top 10. And in another craft, their faces a mixture of awe, terror, and gut-wrenching shame, were the students of Class 1A. Katsuki Bakugo stared, his mouth slightly agape, the UAL explosive anger in his eyes replaced by a stunned, horrified disbelief. Ochako Uraraka had her hands over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Shoto Todoroki's mismatched eyes were wide, trying to process the impossible scene before him. The landing craft ground to a halt on the sand, and the heroes disembarked, their boots sinking into the wet ash. They stopped a respectful distance away, their collective power feeling small and insignificant in the face of the man who stood before them, flanked by 4 magnificent prehistoric queens and a woman wreathed in living vines. The Izuku they saw was not the boy they had exiled. The crying, stuttering Deku was a ghost, a fossil. This was a king, a god. His aura was a physical pressure, an overwhelming sense of ancient power and absolute authority that made Endeavor's flames feel like a child's sparkler. All Might took a shaky step forward, his voice a broken, painful rasp. "Young Midoriya, Izuku, we were wrong. We discovered the truth, the deception, everything. We are so sorry. We came to bring you home." Izuku listened, his expression unreadable. He looked at All Might, the man who had been his idol, his mentor, his father figure, and who had cast him aside. He looked at his former classmates, who had screamed and cried and doubted. He saw their guilt, he saw their regret, and he felt a great, weary distance. That life was a story from a book he had read long ago. He gestured to the queens at his side. "This is Rexa, Vila, Terra, and Tria. They are the queens of this land. They are my wives." The collective gasp from Class 1A was audible. "This," he said, placing a hand on Ibara's shoulder, "is Ibara Shiozaki, my high priestess, and the heart of our family." He then looked past the heroes, past their ships, towards the horizon. Towards the world that had thrown him away. His voice, when he spoke again, was not loud, but it carried across the beach with the weight of a mountain. "You speak of home," he said, his galactic eyes finally settling on All Might, a cold, hard sorrow within them. "I am home." He took a step forward, and the very island seemed to hold its breath with him. The power radiating from him was not hostile, but it was absolute, an undeniable statement of fact. "This island, Isla Soria, is now a sovereign nation under my protection," he declared, his voice echoing with the power of the god he now contained. "The kingdom of Soria." He held up a hand, and the earth and sea and sky seemed to listen. "You threw me away. You broke my heart, but from those broken pieces, I built a kingdom. I found a family. I found my true self. I will not abandon them. I will not abandon my home. He looked at each and every one of them, his gaze lingering on Bakugo, on Uraraka, on All Might. His final words were not a request. They were not a threat. They were an ultimatum, delivered with the calm, irrefutable certainty of a law of nature. You will recognize our home, our family, and our right to exist. You can be our allies or our next challengers. He let the words hang in the air, a choice that would reshape the world. Choose.